Hi, this is Faith, and you are watching The Faith Factor. Holla.
All right. Good morning, everybody. This is Faith, and you are watching The Faith Factor. And today I wanted to get into a topic that I've been hearing, little whispers, little murmurings of, but now is starting to become louder and louder and louder. And what am I talking about? I'm talking about, and you see the title of the stream, compete for what? So I was watching another episode of The Business, and Jason Black was talking about when you get cut, from the lineup or whatever. He likes to always talk about relationship topics on The Business. If you haven't heard of Jason Black, he has some really good content. I'm not going to hate on him. I'm there all the time. But he's always talking about women competing. I've heard not just him, but other men like Kevin Samuels talking about women competing. And it's becoming this thing where now I'm hearing them say that older women, they're comparing older women all the time to women in their 20s. So if you're in your 40s, 45, you're being compared to 25-year-olds. And so according to these men, at 45, you should be able to compete with someone 25. And I just want to break down how ridiculous this is, and also the hypocrisy, not to mention the hypocrisy. Because on the one hand, you have them saying, oh, you old bitches, you can't tell nobody anything, and you're always competing with your daughters, and you need to go sit down somewhere. But then out the other side of their mouths, out the other side, they're saying, oh, you're getting big, you're getting fat, you're getting old, you're not competing anymore, you need to get in that gym, you need to tighten up that waistline, you need to compete. Your competitors are in their 20s. What's wrong with you? There's no excuses. So, which is it? And see, this is where you kind of, as a woman, you're like, compete for what? What exactly am I competing for, by the way? See, they always holler, compete. But what exactly are Black women in particular? What are we competing for? Now, I can understand, other groups of women, what they're competing for. They actually got something to motivate them. What motivates Black women to compete? I just want to delve into this a little bit, because I keep hearing them, try to encourage, they try to force you to get into this competition mindset. And then they're telling you it's because you want to get a high earner and you want to keep an high earner. But in the Black community, we ain't got that many high earners. We ain't even got that many Black men competing with each other. See, I'm going to need Jason Black and Negroes of his ilk, before y'all go running around here demanding that Black women compete. Can y'all get y'all competition up first? Can you give us, can you motivate us to compete for y'all Black asses? I'm sorry, but I'm so sick and tired of this. Compete for what? Am I going to compete for that 40K that you're making? That 40, 50K that you barely able to take care of yourself with now because of this inflation? Is that what I'm competing for? Uh, uh, where are all the high earning black men that we're supposed to be competing for? What exactly again should I be motivated to do again? And then he goes on to show all these pictures of celebrities. And once again, I am so sick and tired of these buffoonish men wanting to compare the average black person or black woman to a celebrity that has money. She's getting boob jobs, BBLs. She's getting tummy tucks, facelifts. She's got the bestest of the bestest because she got money. Now, when you got money, you can compete. But these Negroes are sitting up here talking about some compete. Whoa, 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 whoa. Wait a second. When you Negroes gonna compete with each other? When am I going to see black businessmen out here competing with these white men that are constantly creating businesses? By the way, I was watching Amiri the other day, and he was saying that only 2% of black men are hotel owners. 2%. That's it. How many black men are business owners in general? How many of y'all out here trying to really get into this tech field? How many of y'all are really out here trying to outperform CEOs of corporations? But then you want to turn around with your average at best job and holla, compete. It, right, Yellow Rose. What is our motivation when every time we turn around, other women seem to be trying to copy us? Compete against what? Demetrius Higashikata said that's not the goal of most black men, though. See, what's up, Topaz? Topaz in the house. I want to give her roses because she did a damn good job over there at BMT's along with Miss what's her name? Oh goodness, I'm forgetting everybody's name. But there was a group of us over at BMT's and we did a little round session, just a little women bonding session where we talked about the Danae Jackson and there were professional black women on that panel. Elisa was on there, Topaz was on there, and it was oh goodness, I keep forgetting her name. Goodness. But it was beautiful. It was beautiful. The cynical one says shameless plus, but check my comments, Faith. Hold on a second. Cynical, let me go back to your comment. Okay, cynical says most men of any race or nationality aren't high earners. Those high earners are usually dating fellow high earners, people who look like celebrities, or people who wear, or people who were there from the get-go. Okay, or people who were there from the get-go. Okay, so she says most men of any race or nationality aren't high earners. Those high earners are usually dating fellow high earners, people who look like celebrities, or people who were there from the get-go. Exactly. But they're asking average black women, and not just average black women, but older black women in their 40s and 50s to be out here competing with women in their 20s and 30s. I'm telling y'all right now. Now, I'll get in the gym, I'll exercise because I want to be healthy and off medications, and I want longevity for myself. But I'm not getting in no gym to compete with no 27-year-old. I'm not trying to compete with women 20 years younger than me. This is my daughter's generation you talking about here. Why am I competing with them? It doesn't make any sense. And then if you were to compete with them, then they will sit up here and say that you're overstepping your boundary because your time has passed. This is the double talk I want you all to pay attention to while they're imploring you to get out here in your damn near geriatric age and compete. Look, I am a mother. I am a grandmother. I ain't thinking about y'all. Okay. I'm just going to be honest with you. I ain't really thinking about y'all like that. I ain't trying to compete with a damn goddamn thing except this keeping my goddamn sugar levels at a good level. I'm trying to compete with keeping my blood pressure down. I'm trying to compete with goddamn it staying alive as long as I possibly can, so that I can see my grandson grow up and graduate and walk across stage. I'm not thinking about none of you Negroes. I'm just being honest. Nicole Marie says, I cannot compete with youth. It's lunacy and childish. Exactly. And so if you go over there and you watch his broadcast, he's showing pictures of celebrity women who he fell off, like Vivica A. Fox. They love, showing that picture of Vivica when she was like 28 or 30 and she had that small waistline. When I was 28, I wore a size 8, maybe a 9 when I was 28. I don't think I'm ever going to see an 8 or a 9 again, even with me losing this weight. And even if I did lose the weight, I'm a 40-year-old butt still looks like a 40-year-old butt. I don't care how many squats you do. Like, people need to really get real. And then he's comparing you to celebrities that got money. Oh, Beyonce is still out here competing, though. Beyonce has been competing for 20 years. Beyonce has been rich for 20 years, too. I don't think that she got that body strictly by keeping her diet in check. Now, mind you, they do have, the little workout trainers and stuff like that, but they get a little help from some plastic surgery, too. So stop comparing average women with average incomes to these goddamn celebrities. So they want you to be out here in the fight. I tell you, these guys, I hate to say it, but this is what I feel they want to see. Because I heard Jason say last night on his broadcast, I don't know if it was last night or the night before, but I heard him say that cattiness is good in women. So these Negroes love to see women at each other's throats. Cattiness is good. So they want to see you like this, y'all. This is how they want to see us. They want to see us ripping each other's hair out. Just this is their idea of competition. Just ripping each other. Cattiness is good. No. I'm sorry. It ain't gonna be me, boo. This is me. This is me right here. When you tell me to compete, okay, I'm out. I'm the fuck out. Compete with 25-year-olds. Boy, bye. I'm finna be 50 in 3 years. I'm supposed to compete with somebody that's 27. The fuck out of here. Now, I'm not going to be up here too long, y'all. I'm not going to be up here too long because I do have things I really have to do. but competing with 27-year-olds ain't one of them. I'm just gonna let you know. Now, when I was 27, I had that little, that little swag going on where I thought I was the me-ish. You're supposed to when you're that young. When you're that young, you have youth on your side. And so you can go out there and you can, kind of, compete with your fresh young body that God gave you. And you ain't got nothing to worry about. But when you get older, there's some things that happen. If you live life, and if you're lucky to live long enough to get my age and older, there's a thing called gravity that takes place. And if you don't have money to stop it, there's not much you can do. You can do all the working out that you want. You can do all the squats. You can do all that stuff. But at the end of the day, your 40-year-old butt is never going to look like your 25-year-old butt. And I know because I do squats every day. Every day I'm over here squatting. My 40-year-old butt still it looks like a exercised 40-year-old butt. It does not look like my 25-year-old butt. Can we just all tell the truth and shame the devil? That's just like telling an 80-year-old, oh, you're not competitive. You're old, you just gave up. Well, goddamn. I'm getting old. These wrinkles are here, not for me wanting them to be here. I'm just getting old. You want me to compete with somebody in their 40s and I'm 80? Come on now. Big O said, let me see. Oh my goodness. I knew somebody would come in here and say that. Yellow Rose of Texas says some 25-year-old butts look like 50-year-old butts, though. So you're good, Faith. You know what, Yellow Rose? I've been noticing that. Like I look at the women, I look at the women of Gen X, and I have to say, I have to pat some of my Gen X women on the back. I see more Generation X women not looking like Big Mama. I do. And I can see it even here in the YouTube streets. There's so many beautiful Gen X women that have gorgeous shapes. Gorgeous. Looking good. Oh, I saw a picture of Concrete Rose the other day. I think it was her birthday. Concrete Rose looked young and vibrant in that picture. And pretty busty. Y'all check out her timeline. What's up, Shatera? What's up, Shatira? Yeah, so the Generation X women are looking pretty damn good. We are not looking, run down, old, and busted like our mothers and grandmothers. Exactly, Nicole. Gen X is winning. We are on fire. We fine. I have to say it. The Gen X women, we are fine. Now, I don't know what's going on, though, with millennial women. I'm gonna have to talk to y'all for a second. Yeah, millennials, I'm calling y'all out. Who told y'all that it was okay for you to be fat and out of shape at an early age? What's going on with y'all millennials? Yeah, I see a lot of y'all out here. Y'all got the fat rolls going on the side, and the booty dragging, and y'all sitting up here, y'all just 30, 34, 35. Yeah, what is going on with y'all? Yellow Rose said, uh-oh. I'm sorry, but I mean, I'm looking at Gen X, and we're still, looking pretty fine. We still maintaining our shape. And the millennial ladies, look, this have nothing to do with competition or trying to get a man. It has nothing to do with that. If you drag that into your late 30s and 40s, you're going to have a litany of medical issues if you don't get it under control. So I'm coming to you as a big sister, a mama, a auntie, whatever you need me to be, to tell you, don't let yourself go at an early age. Girl, Shatera, yes, they think they thick. Look, Look, what's up, Mella? Too. She says young folks don't go out dancing like we did. That's girl, Mella. I used to be at the club when I was in my 20s. Ooh, every weekend. When Friday came and I got paid, I was at the club shaking it, shaking it, shaking it. You're right. They do not. They don't get no type of exercise. And I do not count a TikTok video as exercise. Y'all sit up there and do that TikTok video for as long as that little 60-second song lasts. The video be going on for like 60 seconds. Child, when I was in the club, we would hit the dance floor from the time the club opened to the time the club shut down. That was goddamn cardio. I remember I was out on the daggone dance floor. Shit, I was sweating my butt off, getting my cardio in, dropping it like it's hot and everything else for hours. Never got tired. Never got tired. So I don't know what's going on with y'all. Y'all need to get it together. Right, Nicole. She says our whole community needs a healthy Thanos snap for real. And Yellow Rose says, I agree with you, Faith. Body positivity is great, but it should also include health positivity. Exactly. Exactly. And the Lizzos, they're not doing the young Black women any favors with that, oh, just, accept me as I am. Yes, we're going to accept you as you are right now. You look fabulous and sexy as you are right now, but you can always improve. Always look to improve. Don't just settle for being second best or being mediocre. Tanya Sweat says, I'm 50 and not worried about competing for anything. I am good. Girl, that's what I'm saying. The only thing that I'm trying to compete for is longevity. I'm trying to live, y'all. I am trying to be healthy. I'm trying to not age and need a wheelchair or a walker to get around in. That's what I'm competing for. I'm competing to be better than some of these older senior citizens. And that's the other thing too. A lot of these older Black people, I'm sorry, the Black senior citizens that I see, y'all, I remember my grandmother and my grandfather was born in the 1920s, right? And so they died like in their 80s and 90s. And my grandfather, he used to be getting around like, whew, he could just go. I mean, but that was back in the day. Those were our sharecroppers and our farmers, and the older folks. They was eating better than us. They were eating those collard greens, and they were eating that Mediterranean keto diet even before they knew it was Mediterranean keto. And they would be out in those fields, and they would be getting that work in, and just they got the physical activity. So they aged and they could still get around. My grandmother was still getting around damn good. But look at their kids. Look at the baby boomers. And yeah, I'm gonna have to talk about the baby boomers too. Y'all baby boomers, y'all over here getting old, need diapers, and y'all going around here on motor scooters, and need the goddamn, what is up with y'all? How did you let your parents age better than you? How did you do that? When you sitting up there just gobbling down all the McDonald's and all the Wendy's and the Papa Joe's, and I mean, what's going on with the baby boomers and aging? Shatira says diapers. I rebuke it. Right, Nicole. We need to get back out in the garden and work, and we need to start eating out the garden too. Eat more whole foods. I don't I have stopped cooking my vegetables as much. Now I buy my fruit trays and I buy my veggie trays, and I eat whole foods now without, cooking out all the nutrients. Now, that doesn't mean that I won't have some greens every now and then and cook, some vegetables every now and then. But just please know that When you do cook your vegetables, you are cooking out majority of the nutrients. So try to eat raw fruits and vegetables from time to time, just like our grandparents used to do, and our great grandparents used to do. They used to eat a lot of raw fruits and vegetables. We're going to have to start changing some old habits. And also, get back to baking your own pastries and snacks and stuff, making your own cookies, making your own cakes. See, the stuff that you buying out the store, it has that sugar in it that causes cancer, that white sugar. Start cooking with brown sugar. Start cooking with monk fruit sweetener. Monk fruit sweetener is actually the best. Is actually the best. Start cooking your own stuff. I had to start learning. I love donuts, but I had to let that go. I did. I really did. Now, I start cooking with coconut flour and monk fruit sweetener and making my own little cookies and different things at home. That's much healthier, than what you would buy at the store. So, we got to start, stop being lazy and start thinking holistically about our health. I love sugar snap peas, Yellow Rose. Yellow Rose says I love string beans, but I steam them. I have to admit, it's an acquired taste eating especially your vegetables. Now, I can eat fruit raw with no problems, but I really had to acquire a taste for eating raw vegetables. I'm not going to lie. It takes a while for you to get used to it, but you eventually, when you start feeding your body healthier forms of food and your body gets used to breaking it down, you'll start to crave it that way. So the same way that you trained your body to crave the bad stuff, you're going to have to reprogram it. Like I said, your stomach is your second brain. So you can reprogram it. But Lord, getting back to the topic, talking about some compete. Now, I can understand if the men that are telling Black women to compete, I could understand if we had a dime a dozen. I would say 8 out of every 10 Black men were earning six figures or more. That would be motivation. That would definitely be motivation. And not only are you earning 6 figures or more, but you yourself are looking damn good and physically fit. 70% of Black men, according to a 2020, I think it was 2022 study, are overweight. 70%. So that means only 30% of you guys are in shape. So now, not only are you broke, but you all are not in shape. So again, tell me, compete for what? Broke, fat guys that's sitting up here, drinking, penis not working. Like, what exactly are we, what are we competing for? I'm confused. I'm confused about that. And see, every time they have these little powwows with each other, the little male powwows, they're always talking about what women ought to do, how we need to get in the gym, how we need to keep our waistlines tight for them, how we need to make sure that we are, wearing our own natural hair for them, how we need to look good with and without makeup, how we need to limit the amount of makeup, You know how we got to keep the nails and the toes done, and how we need to come to bed with the sexy lingerie and make sure that the underwear's sets are matching, and all of this long litany list of stuff that we got to do to stay in the competition. But I don't see any of them working hard to maintain six figures, to want to be the type of men who are generous to women, to take care of them. Because here's the other thing. Just because they got it don't mean that they're generous. So they're walking around here with this dime piece on their arm, but they're stingy. They're stingy. And now the new mantra is y'all bitches gotta pay. What you gonna ante up to be with this man? You gotta come to the table with something. You gotta show your appreciation. So now they keep moving the goalposts. First it was, what size dress do you wear? How many kids you got? Do you got any college debt? And the list goes on and on and on and on. Well, if you want a man to take care of you and provide for you, you have to be fit, feminine, and friendly. Shout out to Kevin Samuels. We want fit, feminine, and friendly women. And they got all of this demand. But look at who's demanding. Just look at who's demanding. %80 of y'all that's sitting up here making these demands are broke, or you're working poor, or you just have average income. And we supposed to be motivated? We supposed to be motivated. Oh, I forgot. No. You're not supposed to be motivated to do this for those guys, just the high earners. Okay, so now we're going into a smaller percentage of black men. So let me get this straight. We got how many billion black women supposed to be competing for this small percentage of black men? What is it? What, like 15, 20%? And if you get into the high earners, less than 1%. Right, Yellow Rose. They're good. Do you have student debt? They ask other women or races those questions? Hell no. They're just asking black women this. Oh, a white woman can come in with just her pasty white skin and be a whole size 18. I've seen it. Have all types of debts, be all kinds of poor and broke. Shout out to Tiger Woods marrying his maid. Marrying his non-black maid. No, they don't have to have half of what they put on us. Now, when you get to be middle-aged and beyond, you still got to compete with 20-year-olds. Nicole Marie says, I have never required a man to make six figures. Money doesn't equal character. Exactly. And I'm going to tell you, not all money is good money. All money isn't good money, y'all. Now, you do want a man who is capable of taking care of himself. Yes, you don't want a broke man. You don't want somebody that's going to be laying up on your sofa, watching you leave every morning and going out and making the bread and the butter and working. You don't want that. But you do want a man that is at least capable of having his own apartment, his own car, and he shows signs that he is financially stable. And he shows signs that he is capable of showing you a good time, taking you out, planning a few trips every now and then. You want that. So a man that's able to at least demonstrate that he's good. That's a go. But the character is most important. The man's character is most important. Because you can get with a guy and he could have all this money. And it's been my experience that guys that have a lot of money, they do tend to be a little arrogant. I'm just going to be honest. They are arrogant. I've been around a few and dated a few. And they think nothing of lying. Just recently, I had met a guy. He was like he owned like this what do you call it, a fleet. He had like 60 drivers under him, but it wasn't the trucks or anything. It was like the caravans. And this mother sucker was married, trying to talk to me. They think nothing of lying, by the way. And they think that their money covers everything. And see, if I was a lesser woman, I would have overlooked his wife and went straight for the pockets. But I would never put another woman through that. But that's just, me. That's just me. Having been a woman where my husband did that to me, I would never do that to another woman. Karma is a bitch, y'all. So what you end up doing to another woman will inevitably be done back to you, especially if you taken that woman's husband. The same way you got him is the same way that you lose him. And so these guys will have you out here talking about some competition. And they want to see you out here pulling each other's hair out, smacking each other up, just out here looking crazy. And some of y'all are out here looking crazy for guys that ain't even got a pot to piss in or a window to throw it out of. Y'all out here in the streets fighting for these damn broke pookies, no less. Talking about competition. That's my man. No, it's my man. All bitches on. And this is what you look like. You look crazy. You look damn crazy. Which, by the way, the non-black chick in this meme right here look like she got a few more fighting skills than the black chick. You see how she's getting I'm sorry, but I love to see fights. But this right here was funny to me. See how the black woman is windmilling and got her hair's all up in her face because her wig then kind of turned and twisted, and the non-black chick, not only is she fighting, but she punching. Look at that arm. Look at that right arm right there. That right arm is the truth. Now you windmilling, but she over here she is putting her whole body into it. That black woman, I don't know. You look like you're getting your ass beat right there. But anyway, At any rate. So how many of you ladies are ready to compete? How many of you all are out here in your 40s ready to compete with women in their 20s? Who amongst you wake up every morning saying, I'm going to be better than my daughter? Hmm? Who amongst you are saying, yay, I'm about to go down to the high school and compete with those girls right there? Raise your hand if you're in your 40s and you're competing with somebody in their 20s. These ninjas that are in their 40s and 50s don't even want to compete with guys in their 20s. They don't want to do it. If you put a guy in his 50s next to a young stud in his 20s that still got youth on his side, he's still got all his abs and his six pack. He's still got all his muscles and everything else. And you tell that black man, okay, now you go ahead, honey, go on in that gym and compete with that little young stud right there. He gonna look at you like you crazy. Or better yet, if there's a situation where you need to be protected and you got a dude in his 50s going against a young stud who's 27, 28, 30, he gonna look at you like you crazy. But yet you're supposed to get out here and compete though with 20-year-olds. This is what I'm hearing. Make it make sense, y'all. Yeah, Yellow Rose, that was that stiff jab. That was a stiff jab. She didn't connect though. She wasn't quite fast enough. Or she wasn't really looking at her target when she did that. But it was a nice execution. I saw that jab go back, but it didn't connect because she did not actually look at her target and she didn't see where she wanted that jab to land. See, she let the windmilling blind her. And see, you're supposed to be able to connect through all of that. I've taken several self-defense courses, and they teach you how, to connect through basic. They teach basic fighting skills basically, but you can connect through all of that. Because there was a way that she could have sidestepped, and while she was blinded by the windmill, she could have connected from the left. But that's a whole nother game. That's the reason why they teach you to dance when you're fighting in professional boxing, because you're trying to get an angle where you can connect that punch. Nicole, that's a good question. Nicole Marie says, what happened to being feminine? I thought it was masculine to compete. I detect lies. Girl, if you listen long enough to these guys talk, they will sit up here and they will, how can I say, they will show themselves to be hypocrites every time, every single time. Out one side of their mouth. Oh, you women, you old bitches, y'all washed up. Y'all need to go sit down. Quit trying to compete with your daughters. You need to go ahead and just, grab your grandbabies and blah, blah, blah. And then out the other side of the mouth, oh, y'all old, you're getting out of shape, you're not competing. Be like Beyonce, try to keep it tight, keep it right, keep it tight. It's all hypocrisy. And not only that, but there's no there's no real motivation here. Like you men are sitting up here saying that you want us to motivate you to get out here and be competitive with other men in the workforce and in business. Why does it have to take for women to motivate you to do something that is actually vital to your survival? Other men understand that competing with other men is vital to their survival. Now, being able to have the pickings of any women, the spoils of the war, and all that type of stuff, that right there is a bonus. But the main thing is survival. Where is your survival instinct, black men? Yeah, you guys, you make it to the NBA and all these other sports teams and you make millions. But you're still on the plantation, though. And anytime you go to speak up about something, the person that's really running things always humble you back into silence because you have no power. Having money is not the same as having power. So they will allow you all to have a little money because see, they understand that money is a tool, but it doesn't necessarily give you power. You can use money as a tool to get power if you invest and you become a key player. But I don't really see a lot of black men trying to invest to become key players and put themselves in position of power. Yet you want your women to compete. Compete for what? Anytime I hear one of you coming on here talking about some goddamn compete, I'm always going to ask the question, compete for what? Compete for me having to still go out and work because you don't make enough money? Is that what I'm competing for? Because see, these other women, they're competing to be retired. They're competing to live a soft girl life that their men can surely provide them. And they have enough men that can give it to them. But black women, on the other hand, when it comes to competing for men in our same racial group, what we're competing for is a title. That's it. All we get is a title. And so we can go and we can flex on the next black woman as married now, as married. And then you still got to get up and go to work. You still can't, stretch out your maternity leave because you need my extra income. Compete for what? All we got is a title. So, ladies, this is what you're competing for. You're competing for that title. That's all you're getting. Don't delude yourself that you're going to get more than that. Title and bragging rights. That's all you're competing for at this point. maybe some photos on Facebook. I think that if I'm going to go all out to compete with 27-year-old, you damn near better give me more than a goddamn title and some bragging rights. Because it's not enough for me to just floss on the next black woman that I got a title. And we can take some really nice pictures. What's up, AP from the Bronx in the house? Yeah, yeah, baby, I'm back. I'm back. And I have crystal clear vision. What's up, business minded talk in the house? I'm back, and I'm back with crystal clear vision. For what we're getting, for what they're asking for, and for what we're going to get for what they're asking for, it's not worth it. Now, I will say it is only worth it for you to do it for yourself. Oh, and they'll try to, goad you into thinking that you're a loser. Oh, you just don't want to compete because you're a loser. I heard him say that on his broadcast yesterday. Newsflash. If you really want to know why black women don't give a damn about competing, it's because of what we're not going to get when we win. Just like Danae Jackson. Danae was sitting up here competing her little pan off, wasn't she? She was studying other women. She even changed how she dressed. Hell, she even changed how she made love. And then she finally won. She set up in that interview. She said, I won. I got my man. And what exactly did she win? What did she win? She looked like a fool now. Derek then sat up here and embarrassed this woman to the point she looked foolish. For the embarrassment that she had to endure going through it with him, it was not worth it. It was not worth it at all. Shit, I would have rather just had a V8. Right, Feisty Goddess says, I'm not competing for no man, period. I don't care how much money he has or how big his cucumber is or his eggplant. Exactly. Fellas, y'all are not really giving us anything, no type of motivation, nothing to say that we should be getting out here doing any type of competing. I'm not going to be out here slapping up the next black woman, for a dude that's sitting up here with just a regular income, a beer belly, because 70% of y'all are either overweight or obese. That's a 2022 study. Black men, y'all, 70%, only 30% of y'all are in shape. And that 30% are probably the 30% that's young. You start off pretty damn good, but y'all get to eating all that damn food, drinking all that damn beer and alcohol and stuff, and you ain't taking care of yourselves. You ain't looking too good. Like I said, the other day I was at the car wash, this guy come up to me and I met his belly before I met him. I am so sick and tired of guys walking up to me and I am meeting your belly before I actually meet you. Hi, how you doing? Oh, hello, belly. I'm sorry. Oh, there you are. I couldn't see you over your stomach. And I'm sitting up here. I'm fit. I'm in the gym. I'm working out. I'm so-called being competitive. But then this is how y'all approaching us, though. We got to be all of this. We got to be thicker than cornbread. We got to have the hips, the butt, the thighs, and no tummy. Nice little rack, cute face, natural hair, nice skin. We got to have all of that, right? But then when we see y'all, we meet your belly first. I'm shaking hands with your belly button. What BMT talking about down here? He said, fine, then we're going to divest and Marsha Ting Ting and Marsha and Ting Ting will love us. Look, you can divest all you want. You are going to get equally as fat Marsha and equally as ugly Ting Ting, the rejects of those races. You will always befall upon yourself. And I say, if they're taking away Mr. Big Belly, I'm not gonna fight over that. You think? Look, am I gonna be sitting up here fighting Ling Ling and Juanita for Mr. Big Belly? You think I'm gonna be out here doing that? I'm not finna be out here fighting Ling Ling and Big Belly for you. Not I. And shout out to T Living Life. I missed the super chat somewhere up here. Hold on a second. T Living Life says, thank you for your wisdom. And thank you so much, T Living Life, for supporting the channel. I appreciate you. And I'm going to go ahead and give you your much deserved respect. Thank you. Thank you so much. People, like Feisty Goddess says, we as women, we need to choose ourselves. We do. We do not have time to be out here pulling our hair out, fighting in the middle of the street, talking about some goddamn competition. Because that's what they like. They like to see you do this. Whose ego is this boosting? What exactly is this doing for us, by the way, if we out here tearing each other apart? Talking about we competing. All it's doing is boosting his ego. That's what's going on. It's making him feel like he's the prize. This is them. This is them with the big old gut, the fake dashiki. They got their hair shaved bald because of that receding hairline that they don't want to show nobody. And they sitting up here talking about some they the prize. But I'm the prize. You should compete for me. Look, this is what y'all competing for, by the way. And I'm telling you, they all look like this. 70% of them, this is what you competing for. Do he look like he competing? Do he actually look like he competing? But we supposed to be grateful, because they make a little bit of money and they're doing their job as a provider, and we're supposed to be grateful. Hopefully they don't cheat on you. Hopefully they're not sitting up there looking like all a Buddha and cheating on you as well. Like I said, the man that had had all this money, he owns like a fleet, and this is recent. This is recent, y'all. He's a millionaire, and he just overlooked his wife. Just overlooked his wife, and he had a cute little wife. And this is what I don't understand. His wife was cute. She had the little cute little shape, had the long little golden dad. Her hair was dad golden like Beyonce, and she was kind of mixed breed with the gray eyes. And you out here cheating on her. She is the queen of your empire, the mother of your children. She done help you build a legacy, and you out here cheating on her. And it looked like his wife was being competitive. But even when you're being competitive, it still ain't enough. They never satisfied. Yellow Rose says, I can't just choose him. He has to choose me too. When it's real, you're not looking for others to compete with. You're SO. There will always be something who looks, cooks, sex better with more. Exactly. Exactly. Ladies, a man that loves you, I'm going to just put it out here. A man who loves you is not going to put you in a constant state of feeling as if you're not secure in your relationship. This is only in Blackistan. Only black men do this, by the way. Only in Blackistan. This is majority of shit that black women have to deal with. They're always pitting you against somebody. And they get off on it because it's an ego boost for them. It ain't, a lot of times it ain't even got anything to do with the sex. It's just the ego boost. They just want to be able to know that they can have a lineup. And so you're constantly in fear. You cannot rest in your femininity. What is resting in your femininity if you're competing as a married woman? Think about how crazy that is. You're married and your husband is like, compete. Wait a minute, compete, but I got the ring. Compete. I thought the competition was over. I thought I won. Compete. And here this man is with his beautiful wife, and he's in my face. He's constantly got that woman in a state of competition. I sat there and watched. I sat there and watched. Right now, you know, I do dispatching for On Track. And I'm gonna just tell you, when I go into that warehouse and I see him and I see that woman, he's over there like I can see certain drivers that he have hired, and they're young women in their 20s. His wife looked like she's about my age, like she's like maybe 40, 50-ish. But she looks good for her age. She's a Generation X woman. I'm gonna just say, shout out to the Generation X women that still look sexy. But she looked good. Better than some of these younger women that he all up in their face, by the way. They ain't all got to be a size 6. And that's the other thing that don't make sense about them saying compete. They'll tell you to compete and that you got to be in the gym and you got to be this and you got to be that. But then they all up in the face of women that look like Lizzo. I kid you not. And I see this shit day after day. Compete for what? They tell you you gotta be a size 6, but they in the back somewhere in the dark somewhere boinking Lizzo and taking money out of your household. Oh, and getting her pregnant too. Right, AP. It's exhausting. You're constantly competing for a man's attention, even if he's your husband. Only in Blackistan do you see a high prevalence of this. Ooh, feisty goddess. That's a word. She says marriage is designed to trap women. And I'm going to talk about that for a second before I get off of here, y'all. But that is kind of true. Men say that marriage only benefits women. But I'm going to tell you, they got it backwards. They got it all the way backwards and all the way wrong. Marriage actually benefits men more than it benefits women. Divorce benefits women. And see, that's where they need to make the distinction. Because when you fools, when black men or men in general, not just black men, when men are married, they have a lover, they have a secretary, they have a cook, they have a housekeeper, they have somebody to continue their legacy by through having their children. Men benefit the most from actual marriage because we as women work our asses off in that marriage. They have someone who's going to take care of them when they're sick. And if they fall off monetary wise, as the helpmates that we are, we're going to go out there and work until he gets on his feet, on top of bringing home the bacon, frying it up in the pan. We're going to help with those kids. We're going to help with all the housework. We're going to do it all. Marriage in and of itself, when you think about it, when you think about who puts the most work in the marriage, women. Now, men will argue that they pay some bills. The most easiest thing you can do is swipe a credit card. The most easiest thing that you can do is pick up your phone and pay a bill. But when you're down on your knees scrubbing a tub and your knees hurt and your back hurts, that ain't easy. That ain't easy. And when you're mopping floors and when you're in that kitchen, the hot kitchen, chopping up vegetables and cooking that meal, and when you're looking at your watch and saying, oh, it's time to go get the kids, and you got to go hop in the car and go get them. And then you got to run whatever errands you got to run before you get to the house. And you got to make sure you get back to the house before your food burns that you left cooking on the stove. So who does marriage benefit again? They say it benefits us, but they're talking about the divorce, not the marriage. Now, I will say divorce does benefit the woman more. But the actual marriage, when Danae Jackson and Derek Jackson were married, Derek benefited the most from that marriage because Danae was running the business on the back end and raising the children, doing everything that he wasn't doing. Derek was just swiping the credit card. It was Danae that had those children and continue to continue his legacy so that he has something to pass on to someone with his last name. He benefited from the actual marriage. Make no mistakes about it. But now Danae is going to benefit from this divorce. And we'll hear about that too. And this is what guys get all up in arms about when they talk about women leaving and breaking up the family and all this other stuff. If men cared about breaking up the family, they wouldn't do the fuck shit that they do in order to make you eventually get fed up and leave. Oh, Feisty Goddess, shots fired, y'all. She says black women don't even benefit from divorce because we marry broke men. Ooh, but this is so true. This is so true. Half of us don't even benefit from divorce. So not only have that Negro benefited from our slave labor during marriage, but many of us leave with nothing because our men are broke. Very good observation. Yellow Rose says, my ex-friend was obsessed with being skinny, and when her boyfriend cheated on her with a BBW, she lost it. Yes. Look, you can lose weight and try to look good for these guys. You could be the best woman in the world to a man. But if that man is not trying to be the best man to you, he could be holding back secrets, not trying to tell you anything that's going on with his life. You know, it's a lot of things that men do to sabotage your relationship. And then they'll turn around and swear up and down that you all are not resolving problems in the relationship or issues in the relationship. Well, how can I resolve any problems and issues when you're holding back? I'm constantly asking you, baby, what's wrong? Are you okay? Yeah, I'm just fine. But you're mourning the loss of a relative or something, and you didn't tell your woman. Now, whose fault is that she didn't know? Whose fault is that? And so she's going about her time because you said you were okay. And she's got to take you at your word. So she's just doing what she normally do. She's cooking, she's cleaning, she's trying to keep her body right for you. And you're sitting up here playing games. And this is what you get. So it doesn't matter. I'm just going to tell you, it doesn't matter if you look like Beyonce, because like I said, on my job, there's a guy that owns a fleet of 60. And he has a beautiful wife
that has a body like Beyonce. Hell, to me she looked better than Beyonce. And he's still out here all up in these little young girl faces. These young girls' waistlands are way bigger than hers. And it ain't stopping him from trying to smash. And I look at that woman every day when I go in there, and she looks miserable. Just miserable. And she's in competition with all women. And no matter how I try to be nice to this lady, because I know what she's going through, I see she got her hands full with her husband. And I would never entertain that motherfucker. Never. But this woman is so far into her competition that her husband is constantly throwing her in with these other women. She cannot receive kindness from other women because she doesn't trust other women. And I want to talk about that too. Sometimes your man will have you in so much competition with other women that you are distrustful now of other women. That if a woman tries to show you some kindness, you cannot receive it because of you being in constant competition mode. You think everybody is trying to take what you get. So you can never develop true friendships with women. And there are a few female content creators on here that fall into that category. I would go to their channels and simply say hi. And they will cuss me out, and I'll be every bitch there is under the sun because of that nigga that they trying to protect. Because they constantly think that somebody's trying to be after their man. They cannot receive kind. These type of women, I'm just going to tell you, these type of women cannot receive any type of kindness from other women. When you meet up with a woman and you can tell that this woman is in competition mode, that cattiness that Jason Black described as being a good thing, who is it good for? This woman is sitting up here racked and riddled with worry every day, walking on eggshells every day, got PTSD because she thinks some woman is going to try to take her man, that she cannot even have normal female friendships. What's up, Eugene Steele? Feisty Goddess says that these men know that they cannot get all of their needs met by being with one woman. This is why they have several women. Actually, Feisty Goddess, they can get all of their needs met with one woman, but it's just that they're never satisfied. Here's the thing. It's an ego boost to these men when they have women fighting over them. When you could give these men everything that they ask for. You can lay it out to them on a silver platter, and they'll look over at it and say, not good enough. It's not good enough. It will never be enough. Yes, feisty guys, those types of women are dangerous. That's where Danae Jackson was. That's where her head was at. So when Woman Sphere podcast came into my chat room, and she said yesterday that Danae Jackson was dangerous, I agree with her that she definitely is dangerous. because I still don't think that she completely healed. I think that if Derek took her back today, she would go and she would drop the whole healing camp thing and everything. She's dangerous because, like Woman Sphere pointed out yesterday, Danae sat up there in that marriage and she knew that Derek Jackson was lying to and gaslighting massive groups of women. She knew that Derek was not exactly the man that he portrayed himself to be to the public. But because she was protecting the bag and protecting her husband's image, which, I can't fault her for that because that's their bread and butter. Can't fault her for that because she has children with the man. They have to look out for themselves. But she knew this entire time. She knew. A woman like Danae Jackson will meet you for the first time, don't know nothing about you. You could not even want her man. You could not even be thinking about her man. And she will have vitriol towards you. She will meet you with that cattiness that Jason Black described as being a good thing because she's in competition mode. So now, if you wanted to go to Danae for anything, for help, for someone to have a shoulder to lean on or anything, you couldn't go to someone like her. You couldn't. She's been conditioned to hate you and think that you're trying to take something from her. And that's exactly what the mood is amongst Black women in general, amongst the sisterhood. It's always competition. I feel it. I feel it. Even within myself, I have to stop myself from being, having this knee-jerk reaction from the PTSD that I've been feeling for years and upon years and years, dealing with Black men. Topaz says, so they're asking for women to be catty to one another for their ego and can't see the other problems that would cause them to complain about. Yeah, they can't see it, Topaz. They can't. Eugene Steele says that's exactly the problem. Danae did not vet Derek properly. Danae is one of those women who just looked at Derek's looks and money. This is why Danae stayed with this jerk. I agree. I do agree. Feisty Goddess says women who center men are a danger to society and especially to children. Very interesting you said that, Feisty, because she did say, Danae did say that she looked at her daughter, her own child that she had with Derek. This is her and Derek's child, but because her daughter in her mind resembled women that Derek preferenced over her, she began to view her daughter as the enemy. And that's how dangerous this is. Like Topaz said, these men don't understand what they're asking women to be can be dangerous. So now you got Danae in constant competition mode to the point where she even views her own daughter as competition because her daughter resembles the women that she says that Derek preferences. It's bad when you're constantly stuck in that competition mode like that. Now, competition can be a good thing, and it could, but being in constant competition mode is not a good thing. It's not. You would not be able to network with and have meaningful relationships with any women, even the women that you're related to, your mother, your aunts, your daughter, your sister, because you're still going to be thinking that these women are just like the other women, and that's a sickness. That's a mindset that creates sickness. I saw that, Eugene. He says, and now Danae has opened up a class for $7,000. Give me a break. Danae is not fully healed. Furthermore, I do not think Rebecca Lynn Pope charged that much for her programs. Exactly. Look, Danae can't heal nobody. Danae, the only thing Danae can teach a woman is how to end up on the couch with the bonnet on, looking crazy. That's the only thing that she can teach. At this point, she has not fully healed. She doesn't have a fully healed track record. I'm just reading the comments here. Yeah, I would agree, Feisty, but I wouldn't say that all women. I find this to be the most prevalent in the Black community amongst Black women. We, for some, I can't say for some reason, because we already know what it is. I mean, the men have basically come out and said what it is. They purposely keep Black women in competition with each other. They purposely do this. And it's unhealthy for us ladies. We got to start showing more compassion towards one another as women. And I don't know what it's going to take for us to get there, but we've got to kind of, break out of this. We need healing, and we need to start turning towards each other. This whole pitting a sister against another sister is it's not going to come to any good end. Not at all. If your sister is going through something, like Danae was going through something, just approach with compassion. That's all I got to say. We have to start learning how to be more compassionate. And then once the person is open to the criticism, you can gently let them know, sis, this is how you fucking up. But a person is going to be so closed off from you if they're in competition mode with you, if they're distrusting of you, they're not going to be able to receive anything that you have to say. And that's why I say, Black women, we have to be especially careful with how we deal with one another. Because a lot of us are running around here with PTSD from dealing with these Negroes. Right, Nicole. They are creating monsters, unfeeling sexual objects. That's what they are becoming. Not mothers, not confidants, or real friends. Exactly. And I'm a person where I love, being around friends. I love being around family. There's nothing more comforting than being around people that you know truly, truly care about you. And I don't know why, but like when I find out that one of my closest girlfriends, this is a long, long time ago, but this girl was somebody that I grew up with. I mean, we were together back in grammar school in the sandbox. We fought together, Hell, we even used to wash our hair together. That's how close we were. And she hurt me. I didn't see it coming. This was my sister. I looked at her as a sister, but she hurt me. She betrayed me in such a way that I never ever could fathom. She slept with my man. And this was somebody, like I said, bestie. If there was anybody I would have gladly died for, it was her. And I never ever got over that. Never. I don't know why it hurt more that she betrayed me than the guy betrayed me. It did. I'm just going to be honest with you. Because she was with me throughout all my relationships. Because the guys, they would come and go. But our friendship was the one thing that was always something that I could count on. If she went through a breakup, she could count on me. I would be there helping her wipe her tears away, telling her, forget that nigga, he ain't shit, and picking her up. So I could not understand why she did it to me. But I will say this, there's something that happens to a friendship when one of you get married. There's something that happens. When one of you get married and the other one isn't. I remember when I got married, my wedding day, and I'm going to share this with you guys. I hope I don't regret it. But on my wedding day, I had my friend Gretchen, my friend Keisha, all my girlfriends that I was close to, Carol. And we were in the limo together, just, chilling, before the wedding, on our way there, she was my maid of honor. And I couldn't for the life of me understand. She was on the phone with her boyfriend and she received a call. He was breaking up with her. She and I had been going back and forth about this guy. I've been told her to get rid of this loser, but he had been cheating on her. And so she found out that he had gotten another girl pregnant. And I said, girl, if this right here isn't a reason to leave this Negro, I don't know what is. But she was supposed to have gone to my wedding and he was her plus one. He called her that day to tell her that it was over, that he was going to go and be with his baby mama. And she sat in that limo. My whole wedding day was ruined because she wouldn't stop crying. And it wasn't no silent cry. My girlfriend, when she got upset, she had that loud, ugly cry. She was doing one of these. That's what we had to deal with. And it went on and on and on. And I had to even switch her out from being maid of honor and bumping up my girl Keisha, because she just was not capable. And I looked at her, I said, girl, is you even going to be able to walk down the aisle? I'll be okay. I'll be okay. So she slept with my man. And it hurt You have no idea. You have no idea the pain. The pain. I still feel it now because I loved her. Not saying I didn't love my man, but you got to understand this was my sister that had been with me through everything. Everything that I had been through, my man wasn't even there for, but she was there. How could you do this to me? You of all people. No, AP, when once somebody do that to you, I don't know if you ever been betrayed like that before, but once you lose trust in somebody, it's hard to look at them the same way. It's real hard. Once that trust is gone, that's it. You'll never trust that person again. Because you'll be thinking, how long were you sitting off in the cuff, being jealous of me and what I got going on? You'll have all types of thoughts going in your head about this person. Exactly, Topaz. She was supposed to think about the friendship too, and she didn't. And that's what hurt because I always thought about our friendship. I'm loyal. I'm gonna just tell you, I'm loyal to a fault. Sometimes my loyalty, I'm so loyal that I'm blind sometimes. And I can't help it. That's just the way I am. But that really did. It hurt. And so after that, my eyes started opening up. And I started wondering, well, which one of my other girlfriends could be hating me from a distance? And then I just started developing this PTSD about women. And it's not a good frame of mind to be in. As a woman, you never want to be in a frame of mind where you feel as if you cannot trust other women like that. Because it makes you irrational. It makes you very irrational. It's not a healthy space. And I had to come out of it. I had to tell myself this is not every woman. That was her, but this is not every woman. And mind you, as a Black woman, it's real hard to keep telling yourself that it's not every woman. Because after that, my husband got cancer. I'm sitting in the hospital, they're, taking his vitals, drawing his blood and stuff like that. They're monitoring his heart rate. And one of the doctors came in and said he has a spiked heart rate. And there was a nurse in there. She was a Black woman. And she laughed. Huh, his heart rate spiked because he see me. Now, mind you, she makes this comment and she knows that I'm his wife. And I'm sitting right there next to him. But this is how women will overlook other women. She thought that was a funny remark to make in front of a man and his wife. And so you become numb to it after a while. The selfishness of some of these women. And so it makes it difficult for you to trust other women because this is what you're dealing with a great majority of the time. The selfishness. Topaz says, I would have said, yeah, I know, because you look scary as fuck. Yeah. And it was disrespectful as fuck. But you know what? My husband is sitting up there sick, dying of cancer. I'm not about to be going into this thing right here. I'm not about to be sitting up here fighting in the hospital. So I have to, hold my composure. Because this ignorant little heifer, got me fucked up. Yellow Rose said, I would have been petty. I would have said maybe she scared the ish out of him when she walked in the room. Y'all are, oh my God, y'all are on some straight petty stuff, but I love it. Y'all thinking of comebacks I didn't even think about at the time. Oh goodness. Y'all funny. Oh goodness. But yeah, but I'm what I'm saying is I illustrated those stories to tell you just how disrespectful some of us are to one another. And if you are a Black woman that have done this to another Black woman, I want to let you know that this is not a good thing. All it fosters is distrust amongst women, with other women. If you want to know how come women are so catty and competitive and nasty towards one another and we don't seem to be able to get along, this is why. We don't respect one another. We're envious of one another. We cannot congratulate one another when we're doing well. If your sister, lost a little weight in her tummy and her waistline seemed to be getting snatched, you can't just be happy for her because you're not doing the same. And see, this is what I'm talking about, toxic competition between Black women. You don't look at that woman as inspiration. How come we're always in toxic competition? Why don't we look at each other as inspiration instead of competition? Replace the word competition with she inspires me. That's what you guys are going to have to do. And that's what I used to have to do in order to stop feeling anger and vitriol towards the next woman. I have to replace that feeling of anger, envy, or whatever it is with she inspires me. This is inspiration. She looks good. This is my inspiration. She has great fashion sense. That's my inspiration. She's intelligent and articulate. That's my inspiration. She has a good husband and a beautiful family. That's my inspiration. Yeah, we do. We have this thing about being left behind. And that's what my girlfriend was feeling as she was breaking up with her boyfriend on my wedding day. She saw me as leaving her behind by getting married. And so she sought to destroy my peace and my happiness because she was unhappy. And that's a huge problem, guys. That's a huge problem. So all this programming for competition that we've been thrusting, because I don't even understand why Black men are hollering for us to compete in the first damn place. We've been competing with each other. I don't know how much more we can compete with each other. That's the other part. How much more can we compete with each other? We're already sleeping with each other's husbands and boyfriends. We're already man sharing. We're already looking crazy, fighting each other in the streets. We're already in competition with each other. How much more competition do these Negroes want? But here's the thing, I think that Black men are getting scared because I do see that there's a little awakening with Black women where we're starting to choose ourselves more. And that's scary to some of them. So when we go out here and we start to, get our degrees and we become career women, business women, as we focus on our children and we're not as competitive anymore as far as wanting to be with them. I'm not going to say all, just a few. I see a few of us in an awakening, but it's enough of us in this awakening to make them afraid. That's the reason why they're coming on here talking about compete. When they say compete, they're saying really don't stop competing because we've been competing. They're afraid that you're going to stop. Feisty Goddess says if we had a community of women, we wouldn't feel left behind because we would have each other. Yes. And that's how it was long ago. The women had each other. Now, back in the 60s, the 50s and the 60s, some of us were still out in the fields picking corn, picking cotton, and we didn't have access to adequate health care. So what my grandmother did was they created what you call the midwife. The midwife was created because Black women did not have access to adequate health care. And so all we had was each other when we got sick or our babies got sick or it came time for us to have babies. And we leaned on each other because we were all we got. We were all that we had. And some of those midwives didn't even have no more than a fifth grade education. But they took what little knowledge that they could learn from being, around women and, watching them give birth and watching, because back in the day, they used to have the Black women in there with the white women and, we would put the water on their head and, catch them when they sweat and all that type of stuff. And those Black women would sit there and watch as the professional doctors helped those white women give birth. And those Black women took that information and shared it with each other and created a network of midwives. It's a little history for you. And so we were all we had during that time. Our children were born in poverty most of the time, and they were malnourished, starving. My grandmother spoke of how they would grow their own food, and sometimes her neighbor, who she knew also had children, well, they wouldn't have had a good crop that year. And sometimes she would go over to that woman's house and share food with her. And that woman would do the same if she didn't have a good crop that year. And so you had a network of women that cared. And people were too busy surviving to think much of competition. Not that there wasn't competition, but when you're in survival mode, you're not really thinking about that. And so now, fast forward, we're not exactly in survival mode anymore. We just have a very short supply of marriageable black men. And so that is the type of survival mode that we find ourselves in now. Not that we don't have enough of them. We do have enough men. That's a I want to also say that that's a I'm trying to find a word. Sometimes I have a brain freeze, y'all. But it's not true. It's not true that there isn't enough men. For black women, there isn't enough marriageable black men. Men that we would actually want to be our husbands. Oh, you're welcome, Yellow Rose. And so, in this short supply of marriageable black men, those that are both marriageable and unmarriageable are demanding competition on top of the competition that we're already in. And it hasn't been healthy for us. And so the final message that I want to leave you with is that competition has not helped women, especially not black women. We do not benefit from this quote unquote competition at all. This quote unquote competition destroys our families. Yet, why would black men demand something that destroys the family? Because they don't really care about the family. That's why. They've never cared about the family. They've only cared about themselves. I don't know. You guys want me to drop the link? I think so. I think I'm gonna have a early powwow. Let me go ahead and send out the invite. I'm trying to see is StreamYard going to be kind to me today and let me drop this link. Okay, so the link is down there in the chat for anybody that wants to come up. And if you have anything that you want to say, if you have a testimony about anything that you've heard on the stream. Because see, this right here, this is something that, nobody ever talks about. Nobody talks about how the sisterhood can heal. Now, about 2 years ago, I had a video about, there being a sisterhood civil war. And that lasted for a good couple of months as Black women in the sector, duked it out with each other. And then everybody ran to their prospective corners, the divestors, the the women that's practicing hypergamy, the women that are still, Black male identified. Everybody ran to their prospective corners. All right, I see you back there, AP. Okay, you got your avatar up. I'm gonna let you on. What's up, sis?
Hey, how's it going?
Girl,
You
it is going.
you were missed. You were definitely missed. This is a
Oh,
this is a great discussion that you're having today, and it's well overdue.
so now what do you think about this? What do you have to say to the sisters?
Um, I think that now that due to uh, social media, women are able to have a powwow and realize that we're all being told the same lies, and we're all getting the same, knuckleheads, and that one person is not doing better than the other, and one person is not. We're getting the same. We're getting the same broke down dudes. So we need to be, have a sisterhood, and we need to stick together. We need each other. This is we've been under divide and conquer for a long time, and I mean, nothing good is coming from it. So
It
just
really
stop
isn't.
doing it. Yeah, stop doing it. It just, stop with the divide and conquer. I mean, you're making yourself look dumb.
Absolutely. I was at a live stream the other day. I'm not going to mention the content creator's name, but there was a guy up there, and he was sitting up there just going on and on about how it is a man's right to, have, if he's married, it is his right to his woman's body. He has to exert his authority over her. And I was just so surprised at the women sitting up on the panel, nodding their head in agreement.
Well, this is going to it's going to take time. I mean, I see the evolution in women. I see the evolution in, generation, Z. So it's going to take time because this conditioning was long. I mean, it's been a long time. But women are starting to wake up, and women are starting to see, no, I have choices. And I saw how my, grandmother lived. I saw how my mother lived. I see the rights that we have now and what we can accomplish. And I'm, instead of fixing myself to be good enough for the male gaze so that he'll pick me so that I can live well, I can skip the middleman and I could just live well on my own. And then I could pick the man that is a good partner. And I see this happening. I see women demanding and saying, no, I'm going to pick a man. I'm not going to just pick a man. I mean, before, women couldn't get jobs, women couldn't have a bank account, women couldn't buy real estate. There was a lot of things women couldn't do, but now women can do that on their own. So they're looking for a good partner. They're not just looking for, well, I have to get any man, even if he's mean, even if he's stingy, even if he's abusive, because that's the only way I can get resources. So these women are figuring it out. And I think that the internet has helped the message come across because women's authentic voice is coming out over the airwaves. And we're not reading from a script like we were before. And I
But
think things are getting better.
they are, but you know what? I kind of see it's kind of being thwarted now. I don't know if you're noticing, But there's a era going on right now. I call it the Kevin Samuels era, but it's even before Kevin Samuels. More men than Kevin Samuels been kind of throwing a lot of monkey wrenches in the progress that we've made. Like you said, we have made a lot of progress, but
Mhm.
it seems as if some of these women, the women are helping to take it backwards now. Some of these women are helping because now they're sitting up here talking more and more like these guys, and they're putting out messages asking women to dumb themselves down for these men. And oh, don't take masculine jobs, even though the job pays very well. They're kind of, I would say some of these women are kind of setting us back.
Well, I mean, it's just like slavery. During slavery, when there was a revolt, some people was like, "I don't want to leave." You know, not everybody is going to be brave. Not everybody's going to be a trendsetter. Not everyone is a leader. Not everyone is prepared for what it's going to take to change. Some people are afraid. Some people they feel comfortable with the status quo. So those people are going to be, I mean, we don't need everybody. You know what I'm saying? I mean, there's 2 million more black women than men anyway. So let the leaders, let the Oprahs of the world, let them go and do what they have to do. And those other women that are fearful and that need to be led by a man, let them do that. You know, and let the other women that's ready to lead and change the world, let them do it. Everybody's not a leader. Everybody's not brave. Everybody's not strong. Everybody's not a trendsetter. Everybody can't work in a non-traditional job to grab the money. Everybody's not built the same way. So let those followers that want to be led to the slaughter, let them do. I mean, let them exercise their free will. We can't bring, everybody can't come.
This is true. That's a good way of looking at it, AP, because you'll be banging your head up against the wall with some of these women. Because, like I said, I was over there on that panel, and that guy was sitting up there rattling off all that misogynistic, abusive stuff. Like he's talking about a man can assert his authority over his wife if he wants sex. I'm like, what?
But it's
This
like a sifter. It's like a sifter. You sift out some of the fine stuff goes on the bottom, and then the lumps stay on the top. Just, I mean, let those women, if that's where they want to be, let them be there. We don't need everybody. We got a good, all we need is a good 2 million. That's the cream of the crop to move the needle. And then, like what you were saying about the friendship, I look at it like this. I mean, I'm a middle-aged woman, and I have friends that got married and have children and grandchildren. And I don't care if they get married, because are you going to want to talk to your husband about your cycle? There's certain things that girls do, that girls talk. And so that's never going to go away. I don't care if you're married. You're not going to, your husband is not going to want to talk to you about, do I look fat in this?
they
Your
they sure
husband,
don't. They sure don't.
yeah, they're not, yeah, they're not going to want to talk to you about that. They're not going to want to talk to you about, do you think my breasts are saggy? Or they're not going to want to talk about that. You're
No.
always going to have a place with your girlfriend, always, because their husbands are not going to want to talk about that shit.
And
So,
that's what
oh, I'm
kills me
sorry.
about the
Yeah,
I'm sorry to
yeah.
cut
I'm
you off, but
sorry that I
that's what
cursed. I
kills
didn't.
me.
I didn't mean to mess up. I don't want to mess up your show. But
No,
yeah,
no,
yeah,
they'll
yeah.
allow a few
You'll
curse
always.
words.
Yeah, yeah. You'll always have. You're. That's not gonna. Just because you get married, that doesn't change about. Let's go shopping. Let's have a apple teeny. Let's get our hair done. Let's go to the spa. That's not gonna change it because you got married. You're not a threat to this person's husband or to their marriage.
Yes. AP, you just took the words right out of my mouth, because that's what I don't understand about some of these men that don't want their wives to have friends or their girlfriends to have friends. you're not going to want to have those conversations with her.
Exactly. He's going to be bored, and you know, and I know that he's going to start tuning you out.
Yes.
You're gonna start talking about the outfits you bought, or the extensions you bought, or the new hairdo, or the new haircut, or the new hair color, and after 5 seconds, he's already gonna start tuning you out. So that's where
Mm-hmm.
your girlfriends come in. You could talk to your girlfriend while he's watching the football game. You with his friends. You could be with your friends talking about your nails and and talking about a new massage technique you learned. I mean, they ain't gonna want to talk about that. They don't even like that kind of thing. There's a lane for everybody. You don't have to lose your friends just because they got married or just because they had a baby. That's a whole different conversation.
Yes. So for all you guys out there, the ones that sit up here, because I had a stream the other day. I don't think you were there for that stream, but I was talking about the guys that don't want their women to have friends, and there were quite a few guys in my audience that was in agreement with them not wanting their wives and their girlfriends to have friends. And you just sat here and outlined exactly why that is needed, because we are women, we're going to want to talk to each other about female stuff. And if we don't have friends, guess who we're going to talk about that stuff to?
Yep. Yeah. What man is going to want to hear a conversation about what's the best feminine napkin to use? Nobody.
Not nam one. Not nam one.
This is, yeah, this is it's going to make the experience when they're with their men better, because all of this chitter chatter that is annoying and hurts their ears, you're going to talk about that with your girlfriend, and then when you get with him, it's going to be a different experience because you got all that stuff out of your system.
I had an ex like that. He didn't want me to have friends, and so I started talking to him about stuff that I would normally talk to my girlfriends with. It's just natural because you're going to want
Yeah,
to have these conversations. He's like, why are you talking to me about that? Well, Mister, I can't
exactly.
have friends.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And I don't, I mean, I do know why, but I'm saying for the record, if there's any men out there in streamland, land, it's not a threat. You're not going to want to talk about feminine products. You're not going to want to talk about nails. You're not going to want to talk about weed. You're not going to want to talk about that. You're going to be bored. Let her get that out of her system with her friends. And then when she gets with you, y'all can talk about stuff that pertains to your relationship and your household and your children and your finances. Let her get all of that that things that you think is silly out of her system with her girlfriends. The girlfriend is in a whole other lane. She's not trying to take, she's not overstepping in your lane at all. At all.
Precisely. And Feisty Goddess says these men don't want their wives to have friends because he don't want her to have a support system. Males are very jealous of their wives and children and pets. Pets?
Yeah, they're jealous
Wow.
of pets. They're jealous of pets. There was a man that it was on one of those shows like Forensic Files, and he was killing people's pets because he said women's pets because he said that the women are bestowing love onto pets when it should be they should be in relationships with men. Also, if he saw a beautiful woman, he would kidnap her pet, and then when she would put the flyer up saying my pet is missing, he would bring the pet back and pretend like he was the hero, that he saved the pet, but he was the one that stole the pet in the first place.
Wow. Now that's some insecurity on steroids right there.
Yeah, but they keep saying that we're insecure, but that's not what it's coming out as.
Now you know my husband when he was alive and I had my son, he would be upset because I would be spending a lot of time, with my son, breastfeeding him and, playing with him and different things, just trying to give him his, starting life as far as like touch and, teaching him about colors and different things of that nature. And he would tell me all the time that you just forgot about me. I don't even exist anymore. You spend all this time with these kids, with that baby, and he would really be serious. I mean, I would have to say that I wish he was joking, but he was actually serious.
Well, I believe that, but still, it has to do with stay in your lane. So, to that, so do you want your son to be an idiot? Do you want your son to be dumb? Do you want this is the time when I teach your son blankety blankety blank or your offspring at this time period in their human development. So do you want your child to be raised by wolves? I mean, you're worrying about stupid stuff that don't matter. And like with the breastfeeding, that's what your breasts are for, to feed your young. Just because you sexualize breasts, that's not anybody's problem but yours. That's a you problem, not a me problem.
Exactly. So, fellas, I don't know what to tell you.
That's insecurity. I mean, no, the stuff that I have friends, the stuff that we talk about, no guy's gonna want to talk about that. It's girl stuff. It's girly girl stuff. It's girl stuff. Even when women go to the salon to get their hair done and stuff, there are men that are sitting in the salon. Come on, don't you? Wouldn't it be nicer? I mean, how silly is this? Wouldn't it be nicer that your woman leave toe up and then she comes back all fresh with a fresh haircut, fresh nails, and it's like a celebrity walked into your home? Wouldn't you like that surprise as opposed to you sitting there watching them perm her hair, wash her? Come on, that's just wouldn't you want her to come back with a nice outfit instead of you sitting there watching her, holding her purse, watching her try it on? Come on, that's just silly. This is tedious. Do you know how long women can shop?
Girl,
The little
I could
chitter,
be in the store
yeah,
for hours,
yeah,
hours upon hours.
yeah, and the little chitter chatter that goes back and forth and about diet and bathrooms and all. Who wants to talk about that? Get a hobby, fix a car, build a shed. You know, this is all about not staying in your lane. Stay in your lane. Let her go. When you watching football, let her go to the spa with her girlfriends. You ain't talking to her anyway. You're watching the game. This is silly. These men do not want to be in their lane. They want to sit there and go with you shopping and hold your purse while you're trying on outfits. You should be with your girlfriends doing that. And you
Well, see,
just come.
Mike Johnson says that's a stretch. No, it's not, Mike. See, what guys don't understand is when you give life and that baby comes, that baby takes priority. Now, what you guys are missing is y'all missing the sex, y'all missing the affection, and you want it at the same speed that you were getting it before that baby came. But you're not going to get it at the same speed before that baby came, because when that baby comes, that baby's going to command a lot of attention.
Right,
So
right,
you'll get it, but not at the same speed. And that's what you all are angry about.
exactly. I mean, and that's another thing too is that don't y'all want to? I mean, I know that a lot of times men tune women out, but this is what's going on. I mean, these women. I mean, like one time I was with my friend. She just had a baby, and her husband worked the night shift. So he said, "Well, I'm going to go home and I'm going to go to sleep." So we were like, "Okay." So we stayed at the store, we picked up groceries, and we were on our way back. He was blowing up her phone and blowing up my phone. And there was a car show in the state that we live in. So traffic was real bad because all these vintage cars were in the way and they're from out of town. So he was blowing up both of our phones. And I looked at her and said, "Really? So what is?" I thought he was tired and he wanted to go to sleep. So
No,
we,
that was code for tell your friend to go home and you come to the bedroom.
yeah, but I'm the godmother. I'm the godmother and we're buying groceries for your goddamn household. Are you kidding me? And I just looked at her and and he was blowing up her phone and we couldn't answer the phone because her purse was behind her in the driver's seat. I'm in the passenger seat. The baby's in the car seat. So and I'm not answering. I don't want to talk to your husband. And I'm thinking, so what is going on? Does your husband think we went to Vegas?
Hmm.
What a 2-year old that's teething and crying. So where we what kind of trouble we going to get into? And then when we came home to the house with the groceries that we bought for the household, he's sitting up there looking at a movie. I said, I thought he said he was tired and he was going to sleep. So
Mhm.
this is nothing but insecurity and not staying in your lane. You're worrying about dumbness. This is stupid.
Absolutely. And that one word that I talked about in the last stream, control.
If you, I mean, really, we're shopping for your household. We're buying trash bags, eggs, bread. There's a receipt. There's a timestamp. It's just, it's ridiculous. You look very insecure, and it's a bad look for you as an individual where everything is time stamped. One time we went
Mm.
to a movie, and you know how when you go to the movie they say turn off your phone. So we both turned off our phone. It was right after she had the baby. We turned off the phone, and then we went to dinner, and that was us celebrating her getting off her medication. He's babysitting. Next thing we know, we turn on the phone at the restaurant. Both of our phones are burning up. You didn't answer the phone. Okay, it's in the newspaper. It shows you the time that the movie starts, the time that the movie ends. Really? Where are we going? There, everything is time stamped. So it was just every. There's a way that you can track my phone. So what are you scared of? Why
Right.
are you so? This is dumb. This is just dumb. If you were doing man stuff like building a birdhouse, I don't know what men do, fixing a car, would you have time for this? They
I remember
go
having a
ahead.
relationship with this guy, AP.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember we had gone out, we had a really good time. And I was tired. And I said, you know what, let me just rest my feet a little bit because we had been walking, just doing a lot of sightseeing. Seeing. So my
Right.
feet was hurting. So I said, let me sit out on the patio. And I said, let's put some music on and stuff like that. Because I knew what he wanted. He wanted me to get affectionate with him and stuff. But all that
Right.
walking that we did all that day had tired me out. We
Right.
were walking for like hours. And so
Right.
I was out there listening to my music and smoking my little cigars. I like to smoke my little cigar.
Mm-hmm.
And I looked out the corner of my eye, and he was in the bedroom having a tantrum.
See? Yeah.
I'm like, is he over there having a tantrum? Because I
Yep.
won't come to the bedroom right now.
Yep. Yep.
I
I
never thought
yeah.
I would see anything like that.
And that's the thing is that I don't think that they care personally, but they don't know how their behavior looks to us because we're looking at them like, what is wrong with you? This is this. I mean, I have friends that are half my age, that are my age, married, just divorced, every category. And one woman, I was having lunch with her, and she was driving, and her fiance kept blowing up the phone, and she was like, "What?" And he kept asking her questions. She said, "Didn't I tell you that I was having lunch with, Miss X? It hasn't even been an hour. Really? The lunch
Hmm.
hour is a lunch hour. It hasn't
Hour.
even been an hour."
Like
And
you only want to give her
yeah,
15 minutes. All right, that's enough. That's enough
yeah,
girl time. Come
yeah.
on.
And she lived a half an hour away. So she was coming to this part of town. So you don't even want to give her travel time, then the hour lunch, and then the half an hour to go back. You're just blowing up her phone, putting her life at risk because you're distracting her from driving. So it's that urgent. Nobody died. No, what? So you don't have nothing else to do with your time. What are you doing? This is utterly ridiculous, especially when the person is telling you and being transparent and telling you there are apps that you can put on a phone to track people. So you still, that sounds like something a 2 year old or an infant, like when you leave, they start crying. Yeah, that's what it seems like. This is utterly ridiculous.
It is. And men don't know that they can nag.
Yeah,
Men,
they said, yeah,
you are the
yeah,
biggest naggers. The
yeah.
biggest. I
It's
sit up
utterly
here
ridiculous.
and I have gone through many stages in my life and many different, because I've lived, y'all. I've been married, been in different relationships, and in every relationship, the man nagged me to death
Yep,
about everything.
yep,
When you gonna get up and cook? When you gonna get up and cook? When you gonna get up and cook?
yep.
Did you wash my clothes? Did you fold my shorts? Where my shorts at? But I was like, what the hell is this?
Yep.
Oh, wake up, wake up, wake up. Can I get some? Can I? What the hell? I was
Yep.
asleep.
Yep.
Yeah, y'all are the biggest naggers. Y'all say women nag, but it's actually y'all.
It just, from our standpoint, it looks absurd. Then, I mean, just story that, oh, one woman, when we had I worked at a bank, we had a happy hour after celebrating a good year, a good quarter, so that means we're going to get bonuses. So the job sponsored it. This woman's husband showed up uninvited, with him showing up with the two toddlers in a carriage, and we're in a bar. So,
Wow.
yeah, two toddlers and him not invited. You're not part of our team. Why are you here? So then I turned to her and asked her, okay, so when your husband goes out with his friends, do you show up with the two toddlers and follow them around everywhere they go, and when they go from bar to bar? She said, no, because I babysit. I said, well, then why can't he babysit? Why is he following us around?
Hmm. Yeah, that's a red flag.
Well, I mean, that's the thing. And it's like, I just look at all of this stuff and I go, really? But women are irrational and women are overly emotional. And these are dudes doing this.
Yeah, I would have to say AP is right, guys. Men are very, very, like Feisty Goddess says, they require a lot of attention.
Yeah. Even if you tell them where you're going to be. I dated a person who I would sit down with him and show him my schedule. This is where I'm going to be. This is where I'm going to be. I'll be with him all day Friday, all day Saturday, go back to work Monday. He gives me the silent treatment, doesn't talk to me at all. Then when I come back to work Monday, he shows up telling the security guard, "Oh, we had a little disagreement and I'm here to have lunch with her." No, you're not. I didn't invite you here. You had all
Mm-mm-mm.
day to talk. This is what if there are men out there listening, this is what we're this is what's happening on our end. This kind of behavior, but yet women are irrational. They say, and we're overly emotional and we're overly attached. And really, and we're yeah, really,
Well, that's the reason why I said earlier in my commentary, it's actually men that benefit from being in marriages and relationships. There's a study that came out, I think, 2 years ago, where they said that actually married women don't live as long as a woman who's single.
I agree with that.
I do too, because look, fellas, I'm gonna be honest with you. You, along with the children and along with all of our other duties as an individual, y'all weigh heavy on a woman.
Yep.
You do. All the expectations. I heard I was in another channel where a man was sitting on the panel talking about some. He expects his woman to not only meet his needs but also anticipate his needs.
Yep.
So you want her to do everything you want and be a mind reader. These guys are looking for genies in a bottle.
Yep.
They rub on your butt, they rub on your behind, and you just supposed to turn around and make all their dreams come true. And that is a lot to put on one person, and they don't realize it. I don't even think they care. Some of them don't care. I'm not going to say all. Some of them just don't care. Eugene Steele says, how about meeting each other's needs? That's what it's supposed to be, Eugene. It's supposed to be reciprocal. But you have now a group of men that are online and a group of women trying to convince other women to not seek reciprocity in these relationships. And that's a real dangerous message. Stress kills, y'all. You all do not understand that when you put yourself under this huge amount of stress where you got to be everything to everybody or everything to somebody, that's a tall, tall order to fill, because you're not going to be everything to anybody. You could be just what that person needs at certain points in time, but you're not going to be everything. And I want you guys to realize that, because there's a lot of women out here, you guys are actually bending over backwards, trying to please men who will never be satisfied. And I've been through that, bending over backwards, and he's still not satisfied because you didn't read his mind. He didn't tell you that his mama died, but he expected you to know. That these are the type of men that we're dealing with. You're supposed to just anticipate. You're supposed to just know. You're a genie in the Bible, in the bottle, and you're also a mind reader. This is what they're saying that they want. And do you understand how impossible it is? We are not born to grant wishes. We're not born to be mind readers. It's impossible. But at any rate, AP, I'm going to go ahead and start shutting it down. Did you have any final thoughts, anything that you want to leave on the ladies' minds today? Uh-oh, AP, are you still there? Okay. Hello?
Yeah. Oh no. Oh no. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay. Sorry. Something's wrong with my mind. Yeah. For the women who want change and who want their daughters and their sisters and their nieces and stuff to live a better life and have more choices, speak your mind and tell your truth, because a lot of these men don't even know that we feel this way, because women never was honest. Women were afraid to be honest, because if you needed a man to take care of you, you don't want to bite the hand that feeds you. But for the women who are taking care of themselves, and they don't have any dog in this fight, and they be honest and let them know y'all are a pest, y'all are a bother, and y'all do get on our nerves. It's not just one way, you know, and y'all are asking for a lot, because I don't think that, or maybe they don't care, but they do ask for a lot. It's a lot of emotional labor that they expect from us, and they don't realize it because they're not the ones doing it. So just, speak, all these different channels are popping up. Speak your mind and just tell them how it seems, how this looks on our end.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I couldn't agree more. All right, guys. Well, that is my time. I've been up here 2.5 hours. I ain't even realize. I always come on here, AP. I always say, it's going to be a short one. I might just be up here 15, 20 minutes.
Well, you caught me on my lunch hour this time, so I was able to jump on.
Hold on, wait. BMT. Hold on. Let me add BMT. What's
I
up,
want to
BMT?
I want to hit BMT. I was looking for the hammer emoji.
Um, well, I ain't know if y'all wanted me to throw smoke, but I was gonna throw. We just sitting here chilling. We sitting here chilling, but nah, I was gonna get pushed back, but I'm gonna let y'all women have y'all conversation.
No,
I'm
go
just down there.
ahead. Go ahead and say what's on your mind.
Okay,
What
okay,
pushback
so
you got?
no. Okay, so y'all saying women shouldn't com- women shouldn't compete with each other, or y'all shouldn't? What kind of competition y'all talking about? What kind of
I don't.
competition y'all?
I
Huh?
don't think that women should be in competition with each other. We've already been competing for a long time now, and it has not benefited us. We do not benefit from competing.
Okay. So should men also? So okay, as me as a man, but I don't have a problem with competition. That's healthy. I think competition is healthy. Well, no, I'm not competing with no damn girl. I'm just asking the question. That's asking a fair question. I'm like, because for me as a man, if I'm not on my game, then I could lose the woman. I can lose the woman if I'm not taking care of you, doing X, Y, and Z for you. You should have that right to go. Competing against the next person, you're not really taking care of. Because I am taking care. All you doing is worrying about what the next person. I'm sorry, my co-host. She's also saying that women shouldn't compete, but I'm looking at it as, well, why should you not compete like that? Like, what are we saying? Like, okay, so are you gonna keep yourself up? Are you not doing X, Y, and Z for yourself? Are you not taking care of the children? Because if you ain't gonna do those things, why do I need you?
Well,
I'm not gonna
I'm
go.
gonna keep myself up because I like to look good for myself.
Okay.
So that's first things first. But I mean, all this, I'm gonna keep myself up so that I can compete with some other woman. That's not gonna happen.
Well, okay. Now, if y'all two are rocking together, like here's how I see it. At all times, you have things to do for your significant other. If you really are rocking with them like that, but if you're telling me, well, uh, okay, you're going to be complacent with that position. You're going to be complacent and say, well, I'm doing it just for me, because I got to push back against that, because for me as a man, I don't do things just for me. I do things for my household. I do
BMT.
things. Yeah.
BMT. Did you hear what Faith said when she was talking about
I
the
wasn't listening to
beautiful
everything.
woman? When she was talking about that beautiful woman where her husband kept putting her in a competitive situation for no good reason. She was already beautiful. She was already doing what she was supposed to do. There are some men that enjoy you being insecure and enjoy you being off your square, and it's funny to them, or it makes them feel powerful, and it makes them feel like they're a bigger deal than they really are. There are some people that this is sport to them. It's funny. This woman
Right.
should not feel like she has to keep competing for a man that she's already married to.
Okay, so you're talking about
Exactly.
somebody who's already married to that person. If somebody's already married to that person, that's on a different scale than if you're not married. Then yeah, you got to stand 10 toes down. And you can easily be chopped off. If you're talking about people who are married, and I mean I'm being fair, a lot of people aren't married. A lot of people aren't even married like that. They're not even married like that. So it's nothing. What? A lot of people ain't even a lot of people ain't even married like that. So what do you say to them? If they're not married, do they not have to compete or no?
What is okay? When you say compete, BMT, you know, my definition of compete is probably
Mm,
different from yours. When
okay.
you say when I say compete, like if you're in the dating market, you date different people. You see one person has one personality, or one person is a different way, or one person is a different way, and whoever you resonate with, that's who you choose. Okay, so that doesn't mean that women have to go out there with a sword and start fighting each other. It's just who you're compatible with. That's not a competition. You might like one person's personality over another person's personality. That's not even a competition. That's just I prefer this person's company.
Exactly.
Okay.
That
All
that's
right.
that yeah, we
Go
don't
ahead.
have to be out there, throwing dukes and being and doing MMA fighting. That right there is utterly crazy. That's crazy. And that's
Okay.
what some women are doing. That's what Faith, am I wrong? I mean, I'm thinking that that's what you mean.
Oh,
That you don't need to be out there fighting and carrying on like crazy like that. You just be yourself. And if your personalities don't resonate, you stop seeing each
And
other.
not even just that, AP, not just about fighting, but I'm not going to be sitting up here trying to study her body like Danae, and
Yeah,
then go and buy the dresses and buy, and so I can sex you just as good as her or better and all this other
yeah.
stuff. I'm not doing all of that.
That's crazy.
okay. That now the girl Danae was married to that man. Now that's an unhealthy situation. That's an unhealthy
But she
situation.
was doing that before they got married.
Well, okay, but she chose to enter that competition for his affection. Just the same way as when she was messing with a dude. When she was messing with a dude, she purposely did that to get that nigga enticed towards that type of revelation of she enticed that dude to say, hey, like, you want to chase after me. So I can't I can't say that she didn't also want Derek to be that macho jock to go get everybody else. Like, I mean, that, and she didn't have a problem
Okay.
with that.
BMT, what
So
she's trying to say is, okay,
okay,
you know, when there's competition, there's a winner, right? Okay, she won. What did she win?
Right.
she
She was
got her
still in
pride.
competition. She was
She
still in
you
competition after marriage.
She
Exactly. He
wanted
has an
that.
insatiable appetite. There's never going to be an end. There's never going to be an end for him. He gets bored easily. He has an insatiable appetite. Okay, you competed, you won. What did you win?
Exactly. So how does she benefit from the competition and winning?
That's what Faith is trying to say.
Compete for what?
So okay, so the thing about it was this. Now, if it's something where but I look at men can be a prize and women can be a prize. I'm never going to say either one is there. I'm not going to say, well, that's implausible.
Okay,
But
BMT,
okay,
before
okay,
you say your point, I want that to resonate, the last thing that Faith just said, and that Faith and I agree on. She won. What
Right.
did she win? So,
she
what
got what she
Faith,
wanted.
but what Faith is trying to say is that let this be a cautionary tale. What are you winning? Why are
Okay,
so she competed. What did she win?
she got the
No,
notoriety. The notoriety. She got a man that's worth over $1 million. She got the ooh. She got the oohs and ahs where all the girls are like, ooh, like I got the trophy husband. She
And does she
wanted.
look happy? Does she look
Huh?
happy?
Hey, oh, listen. She signed on. She knew the contract. Like that's the thing about it. She signed on to the contract, and she knew that. She knew that. Like we can't take away. And this is the thing about it that I'm not going to take away. Yep, he was a shitty dude, but guess what? She got the benefits from that of the shitty contract that she signed on to. She already knew I'm going to compete for this dude that is fucking other women. So if she competed for that, knowing that he was not going to be faithful, to have the bragging rights to say, "This is my man by any means necessary. This is I choose." No, you can. So she knew that okay, by any means necessary. Like this is the thing about it. Like she competed for that prize, and she got her reward. She was miserable at the end, but she kept on. Mind you, multiple women kept coming up and fighting. Now she chose to keep on fighting. She chose to keep on defending. She chose to keep on going on the offensive and defensive. I'm sorry. She understood the contract. She just can't handle the weight of the contract. So now what? So now what? Now I mean she chose a piece of shit and she became she became getting treated like shit. What do you tell somebody cautionary like that? But honestly, the other women are now competing for that man too. So I guess what do you tell those women now? But mind you, there's more women. There's over 1 million women out there competing for him now. Till the spoils go to Victor.
BMT, once she got the ring,
Yep,
once he picked her,
and the money.
once he gave her the championship trophy, she's supposed to be the winner. She's supposed to be enjoying being the champion.
I got a question, Faith. I got a question. As a champion, does the champion have to defend their title? Yes or no? Does a champion have to defend their title?
Yeah, I would agree with that. Yeah.
Okay, so the champion, she chose to be the champion and hold that belt, excuse me, that ring. She chose that when she had other options, she deferred those other options and chose that option of competition. She chose to get those other abortions and said, "I'm going to keep his child." Not once, not twice, but 3 times, three-peat. Even though he treated me like shit.
But hold
Oh, okay.
on.
Go ahead.
Let me just point something out to you. There's such a thing as the Hall of Fame.
Oh, go ahead.
There is such a thing as retiring the jersey, so you don't
Okay.
have to be out there competing. That means that you are the greatest of all time. When he put that ring on her finger, she was out there competing. She was competing before they got married. She won all the championships. She studied, she practiced, she put it on them. She did everything she needed to do to win. And so she proved herself time and time again. So now she gets to go to the Hall of Fame. She gets to be the greatest of all time in his eyes when he put that ring on her finger. She was supposed to be retired, out of the competition, just resting, enjoying the fruits of her labor.
I agree with that.
So let me ask you a question. So why didn't other women respect the champion? Let's ask that question. Since there's so much of a sisterhood, the sisterhood was the one who was dragging her. The sisterhood was the one that was hugging and doing X, Y, and Z, violating the champion. So are we going to address the sisterhood that call her bag lady, crazy,
Okay,
heifer?
BMT.
Okay.
The vows are between the two of them.
Okay.
So it's, what do you say? I mean, I'm not trying to be insulting or disrespectful to you. You don't seem like you have a traditional marriage. So maybe you guys wrote your own vows. But a lot of people, the vows that they heard was, hey, forsaken all others. When he put that ring on her finger, he made a promise in front of God and witnesses and family that he will forsaken all others. And he made the promise in a covenant. They have formed a covenant. Okay. So if he is not respecting the covenant, then you can't expect random women out in the street to be respecting it. It's his job to hold the line. It's not women. It's not. Wait a
their
minute
job.
now. It's his job to hold the line
But she
because
hasn't.
it's his responsibility. She doesn't have a covenant with those other women. She has a covenant with him. He
Okay.
is supposed to be holding the line, and he is supposed to be saying, well, thank you very much, but I'm married. That was his job. She has a job and he has a job.
Okay.
So that's the thing. All Faith is saying, if I'm hearing her properly, is there are some women that may want to play that game, and there are some women that may not want to play the game. So, there is a choice, but it was his job to protect the covenant.
Why not
It's
her
not.
job?
It's not
Why
those.
not? Why not their job?
It's both of
Well,
their
and
job as a
hold
couple.
on. Feisty
Okay.
Goddess says something down here in the chat room. She says they didn't respect her because her husband didn't.
Exactly. Yes.
Okay.
Yes. He didn't hold the line.
She's without fault. Okay. So let's look at this. Okay. If my other, right, is helping me write up a program or plan to get women on board to pay us money to do X, Y, and Z, is she not an accomplice?
Yeah.
Okay. So wait. So my
Why would she not be able
so hold on. So let's ask another thing. If my other
But who is that, Melissa?
no. This is one of my besties, and she was also she's listening to that. We're listening to that of the story that is being put out there because if you find what your man getting a whole nother apartment rather than sleeping in your bed and writing content in Atlanta to talk to other women, you sign that contract. You definitely signed that contract. But as I look at it, I'm like, wait a second.
Wait a minute.
You
How did she sign the contract after she got married?
wait. So it's like somehow she helped him make content towards women.
she allowed that?
So the thing about it is, we make it seem like she just never had a voice to say, hey, like, why do you need another? Why are you getting a bachelor pad outside of our home? Why are you doing that? Like, you're gonna tell? No, there's no way you're gonna tell me somebody who with a whole college degree is not gonna have enough cognitive sense to ask, why do you need a whole nother bachelor pad on the other side of town away from me while I'm pregnant?
So
And not have no.
you don't think that she asked, because she did. And she told us what he told her. He said it was because he was over there recording. It was a studio, he said.
Okay, so she couldn't go over there and stay at the studio. She couldn't go step outside or literally, hey, let me go do X, Y, and Z. Like, some of these things have too many holes. And then as I sit there and listen to a lot of the stuff, it sounds like almost like a bedtime story. Like, I ain't gonna say that the man is not without fault, but it's almost like I'm listening to a lifetime story from her. But then she don't, like, mind you, once I started hearing about how she done already had certain amount of abortions, but she still chose Derek. Once I already heard about how she knowingly knew how he got down and also made another guy to get him jealous, to get him back, or certain things that she did, I started re-looking at the whole case, the case that she played. So she had no problem with the competition. It was after a while she was like, damn, I'm just never going to actually ever really have that title. I think at this point, she would have been fine with it if he had just said, you know what, I'm out. Because Monica, when you get tired of being tired, because now she's having a whole infidelity class. So she's so much healing. Now she's trying to make money on a class on pay me $1,000 and I'm gonna tell you how to deal with a man that cheats. So she can't be that hurt if she's trying to get back in the game.
Is people buying?
Yeah, people buying the class. People buying the class. They buying the class now. So she can't be that hurt if she's trying to now make an infidelity class. So she's now in the game now. Y'all gotta start looking at that. Y'all say that she's educated. She's college educated at that. But we're not looking at the stuff that she helped write the imagery of him to sell the brand to women. She did that too. Now all of a sudden she went off the ship. No. You didn't mind being part of the Chicago Bulls when y'all were winning, getting the checks, getting the notoriety, going to the parties and stuff. Now you went off the ship now because you don't like how the captain is. No. You saw she liked that competition. She just mad because now at this point now, it is what it is. And I get it. Y'all feel for her, but she did play a hand. She did play her hand. It's just that guess what? She crapped out. It is what it is. Other younger girls who are hearing
BMT, even if what you're saying is true, and I agree with a lot of what you're saying, how does competition benefit Black women?
Okay, and that's fair that you asked that, right? That's fair that you asked that. Competition, how does it benefit that of Black women? Well, you don't have to compete, first off. You don't have to compete. That's a choice. Competition is a choice. All right, homie. Like, you don't have to compete. Even my homegirl, you say, like, she don't have to compete. Like, that's a choice. Like, just like that's it. That, like, you have to love yourself. Like, my homegirl was agreeing with you on that one. Like, love yourself. She didn't have no love for herself. I agree with you, Faith, on your talking points and AP from the Bronx talking point. Love yourself. However, we cannot overlook that we can't overlook that if you choose to enter that ring and keep on doing what you do, you get what you get. It may be a shitty trophy or ring, but yet you kept on doing that for 7 years straight, holding that title. So you built that audience that you have now. You
Right. And see, this is what I want to impart. You just got through saying it. So competition is a choice. And what I'm doing is I'm trying to influence women to make the choice not to be in competition strictly for a man.
Okay.
Because we don't benefit. Like you said, we may end up with a shitty trophy. Like Danae.
Okay,
so the answer to the question is competition really doesn't benefit Black women.
Okay. Did she win anything?
Who, Danae? No, in my opinion, she didn't win anything.
She got money. She got a mansion.
She had money before. She had money before.
What money?
She got with him.
What money did she have?
Her family had money, BMT. She didn't come from nothing.
Okay. Let's look at this. So look at it. All right, Faith.
And she was also in college, and she was a straight A student on the dean's list. She had all these things going for her.
Okay. And did she put any of them into work? Because I'm hearing what you're saying. Congratulations to the money. Congratulations to that of her, whatever success if she built that. But at the end of the day, it was her choice. Just like she chose what man she wanted to have a child with.
Right, but the question is, what did she benefit?
She got the notoriety, she got the fame, she got the brand. I mean, if we're just looking at the emotional baggage, not all of a sudden it's hitting her now. You know, I mean, no matter what, the thing about it is, it don't even have to be the men. The women are the ones that are really going in on her. Like, the women are the ones that are really holding those feet to the fire. It ain't. And me and you already had that conversation. They at the end of the day, they said, nah. You were the ultimate pick me for your man. You were the ultimate pick me for your man. Remember that?
Oh
And
yeah.
she so she was the ultimate pick me. And I had to rewatch and look at all of that. She defended him. She held the hand. She played Kobe Bryant's wife for Derek. She had no problem stomping on any other female that approached him by any means. Now all of a sudden, dang, I lost my endorsement with the man. So now what?
And for all that something, and for all that, competing that she was doing, she got a man that cheated on her and embarrassed her.
Yes.
And to me, it wasn't worth it.
She got a husband. She got a husband that did that.
Okay, so a title. Okay. And
Okay, she got the husband. I mean, here's the thing about it. I know that is, and it's fair enough that we laugh at that. But see, at the end of the day, there are other women lining up for that title. So regardless of,
but what benefit is the title?
good luck. Hey, listen, Faith. That's not for you to try to tell me that. See, you gotta hopefully tell
But
them
see,
other.
if I'm a woman and I want to make other women jealous and I want to have bragging rights, this title better be worth it.
Well, who set up the narrative?
I can't hear him. Something's wrong with the audio. BMT, I think you cut out. You cutting out, BMT.
Okay, I got to get down this road.
I think you're in a bad area.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can now. Okay, I think he's cutting out again.
Yeah, he's in a bad area. But
while he cutting in and out, did you have anything that you wanted to respond to?
That's a booby prize. You know, that's kind of like if you take a ladder and you prop it up to a building, and then you climb up that ladder, and then you get all the way to the top and find out it was propped against the wrong building. That's a booby prize. And I think that she realized, wait a minute, my ladder is propped up against the wrong building. This is a booby prize right here. And that's when she was like, I'm out.
Facts on facts. Because to me, like, if I'm gonna have bragging rights, like, this is my man, ooh, I won, I got the ring, and my man is still giving my prize away to other women.
Exactly. Yeah, that's not a prize.
No.
That's that's like if you're in the Olympics and you win the gold, and then they give the gold to everybody. Well, it ain't special no more if you're giving it away to everybody.
Exactly. Great analogy. Great analogy. Everybody gets a gold medal. Everybody gets a participation trophy.
Exactly. I understand. I mean, I appreciate him, doing the pushback, making things interesting, and being the devil's advocate. But that's a booby prize right there.
Exactly.
That's a booby prize.
And it's the same. It's the same thing that men say. If men say, "Hey, if I marry you and you supposed to be my woman, I'm supposed to feel special and all this," but I find out you still giving up the poom poom to everybody else, and I don't feel like I'm getting anything special anymore. This is what guys say.
Exactly.
So that goes both ways.
Exactly. I agree wholeheartedly.
So, guys, we've been on here 3 hours, y'all.
Okay.
BMT done came up here and done shook the table.
Well, but, I guess he's something happened with his audio.
Yeah, he's probably traveling through a bad service area, but that's okay.
Okay.
But I don't know, AP. You know, like I said, I want to impart to women that it is never beneficial. And you know, we're social media influencers, so we have to, you know, influence. I think in in the direction of course correction. And I think that the course correction on behalf of Black women is
Uh,
stop competing with each
well,
other.
the reason why they want to know the data notice is
Oh,
because they
okay, hold
want to
on.
know if they're inside of the 15. You know what the data notice means? The one that's on here. That's what they're referring to. Okay. Yeah.
Okay, I had to mute AP for a second, but you can unmute yourself, AP, when you finish the conversation. But we have to course correct in the direction of our mental health and our well-being, ladies. Competing has never ever been a good thing for Black women. Okay, we have been competing, and what competition has done is it has destroyed our families. You see what's going on with Derrick Jackson and all those women in the so-called competition. It destroyed the Jackson family. The Jacksons are now in divorce court over competition of women, over infidelity. So nobody wins in this scenario. Nobody. Black women being out in the street fighting each other like cats and dogs. Who benefits? You end up going to jail or your reputation is tarnished. You're just one of those thoughts out there fighting in the middle of the street. And what kind of reward do you get? These men sit up here and make fight videos about you, like this one right here. Just like this one right here. This is what they do. This is the thanks you get. They put you on World Star. They talk about how militant and volatile and manly you are. So how, once again, how does competition benefit you, Black women? Even when you're out there fighting the good fight, you ain't right. Well, where's your trophy at? You sit up here and you tear down another woman for what? To get with a man that's gonna embarrass you in front of millions of people. Or get with a man, even if you're not a celebrity, he embarrasses you in front of your friends and your family. You all on Facebook posting pictures of your happy family. You know how y'all do, ladies. I had a cousin that this happened to. She was married to a guy in the military, and she was all on Facebook. Oh, look at my baby, my boo, and they got all these nice pictures of each other. And what did he do? She's me in the background. She's in competition with this other lady that he cheating on her with, that we don't know nothing about. So I see pictures of her where she posting online. She all up in the gym running on the treadmill. She all trying to decorate her house, trying to look pretty with her cute little clothes. She posts pictures of herself in her cute little clothes. She keep that little boy that look just like him, dressed to the nines. He's smarter than a whip. And she's compete, compete, compete. And at the end of the day, you know what he bought her home? An outside baby. Ooh, an outside baby, y'all. He bought her home an outside baby for all her efforts, for all that running in the gym. Mm,
Damn, girl. Yes.
damn, girl. You go, girl. Get that trophy. Get that plus one outside baby. That's what her competition got her. And then shortly after that plus one bonus baby, that she tried to at first passed off as a goddaughter because she was too embarrassed, because he embarrassed the hell out of her. He left her for the bonus baby mama.
and she couldn't explain that one away. So how did competition benefit her again? Ladies, you got to think. If it's not beneficial, why do it? These guys are not really giving us much motivation anyway to do all of these things they want us to do. If you want to look good for yourself. If you want to be healthy for yourself. Do it for yourself. And learn how to be more compassionate towards each other. Learn how to respect each other's boundaries, each other's families, each other man. Because I promise you, karma is a bitch, especially in the black female community. Because the same way that you took her man is the same way you're going to lose that man. It's here today, gone tomorrow in the black community. Because the competition that we're already in is fierce. So I have no idea why they're sitting up here trying to compel to do more competing. Oh, BMT is back. Every time I'm about to wrap up the stream. Hold on a second.
Yeah, I'm back. I'm back from hell. Yup.
Oh God.
Manosphere. All right. So here's the thing about it. She set the precedence to get the bag. Mind you, that is a moniker. That is a moniker that was shared by that of the ladies. So shout out to the ladies. Y'all have developed a culture of get the bag. Be on your purpose. Derek was a bag. Derek was a catch. We can own up and admit to that by any means necessary. By any means necessary. So I'm not mad. Though we can see him as a creep or a weirdo, but guess what? It was by any means necessary. Now I understand some of you more cultured and older women, y'all don't agree with this, but guess what? It ain't your time like that no more. It's the younger gal, and the younger gals are gonna do whatever it may do to get the bag. Sugar daddy or high value ain't shit nigga possible. They're gonna do that. Now there's few and in between good men, so I ain't worried about these the little chickens doing whatever they got to do to get their scraps. That ain't my problem. Now, the thing about it is because what the younger girls gonna do is they're going to size you up, Faith and AP. They're gonna size y'all up and say, well, you critiquing us, but however, guess what? I'm getting my bag. You worry about yours. I'm winning. Yeah, this nigga ain't shit, but guess what? This nigga got a bag. So fuck the feelings and all that monetary kumbaya. We getting this win. Y'all cannot deny that environment that now this is what the young women have the sentiment, young and older women have the sentiment in doing. It is now by any means necessary. So unless you can somehow talk them off of that ledge, talk them back on the ledge, nah. And I know, and mind you, the younger woman that was in the car and her friends, they were like, hey, why is she complaining? She got the money. She got the mansion. She chose that nigga. That was a younger female. You heard it right there. She was saying, no, why is she complaining?
Because they're young, BMT. And when you're young, you do not have forethought or foresight.
Exactly.
Oh, okay. So now they need to come to but you know what they're gonna do? You know what those younger women are gonna do, Faith? You know what they're gonna say? Tell us about y'all husbands and daddies and granddaddies that y'all chose since y'all want to critique us. Because they're gonna pull up the resume about y'all. They're gonna pull up that resume.
I did the same thing that they did.
Okay,
and guess what? The shit didn't work.
Okay, so just be prepared when they do that.
So as an older woman, I can tell them all money is not good money.
Yeah.
Character is paramount. Like character is priceless. If you could find a good man with good character,
That all and a good man with good character is going to have the attribute of being able to provide. So you won't have to worry about that. But look at his character.
Listen,
Because all money is not good money.
that's fair. That is fair. Now, I will say this because the same way when she get her bag and she tries to flaunt it to me as a man, say, "Well, look at this and this and that." I'm like, why do I give a shit? Why do I give a shit? I got my own money. You got your money. I got my money. So, what service do I need from you? I'm just gonna go date down to that one person who wants who needs me. Because see that's the conundrum of this cycle of empowerment that is being preached.
But see, that's what I'm talking about. So basically, what he's saying is he's going to date down
Yep.
because
Damn right.
he's insecure or he's intimidated by
That's fine.
her having her own.
That's fine. I'll take that. That's it. Don't bother me. But at the end of the day, I still got my bag. I still got my bag, and I still got my access to a bountiful amount of women. Don't I want y'all ladies to look? I'm just being honest. This is a man talking. At the end of the day, fellas are going to go ahead and say, "Oh, for her, like you want to throw that bag in our face? That's fine. Okay, cool. This is a battle of resources. Got to catch them all, or excuse me, got to fuck them all. So if I know I got the bag, there's gonna be plenty of the path of least resistance chickens clucking for goddamn feed. So yeah, you
BNT just
preach your empowerment, talk your Holy Ghost talk, and y'all too can shout and praise hallelujah. But guess what? There are plenty of women in Atlanta that goddamn need saving, and I'll be Homelander, and I'll save them. We don't got a problem saving them hoes. We don't need y'all. We'll save them hoes. But we got hoes need filling.
what about your wife?
Well, I'm already off the street. So it's all right for me. I already say
That's what I'm talking about. See, she won. See, you took yourself off the street and she won.
But see, here's the thing about it, Faith. I'm gonna show you this. Right here. Do I not always work and try to build another stream of income?
Yeah, for your family, for your wife.
Okay, now granted, I'm not trying to put myself personally into this. I took myself out, but I don't want to use me. But I also understand we weren't in this new era of timeline that these people are in. We're not. Me and her are separate out. There's not a lot of us. For those of you who are listening, there's not a lot of us, BMP and Miss BMPs out there. We've been married for over 15 years.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
There's not a lot of us out there. There's not a lot of us out there. There's not a lot of people from my era of the mid to late crack baby era. There's not a lot of us out there. So the buildwithawoman.com, that website been closed. That website been closed down. It's now I need a ready nigga, and I need a woman. I need babe. So you have it where women are already looking for an already built man, but you don't know the instructions that come with that type of man. And men are looking for gotta save them all type of woman. But now the women are like, well, I don't know if I want to be saved, or if you do save me, I come with certain stipulations, or the Mary J. Blige struggle. There's always that kind. Or shout out to you're gonna have those type of things going on. I call it trauma bond. So you're not gonna overtalk the trauma bond era of the '90s kids. Those latchkey kids that women made. Oh yeah, y'all want to overlook them. Y'all can't shame those women no more.
Okay, BMT.
Oh, you're outside, AT.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you
now we
Go
can.
ahead.
Okay, listen, we're not critiquing these women. We're just
Why not?
saying because nobody's critiquing them today. All we're saying is that you have a choice, and if you think that this is a prize, then that's you. But it doesn't look like a prize to us.
Right.
It looks like a boob. That's what we're not telling. There's going to be groups of women and men that do their thing, but we're just saying that if you think that this is a prize, what did she win? That's all we're saying. and it's just food for thought. It's nobody critiquing anybody, nobody shaming
No,
anybody,
no,
nobody trying to tell people what to do. It's just
no.
playing the devil's advocate and saying, okay, if you think that this dude is a prize, what's the prize?
So let me. I told you I was gonna come and do the pushback today. So
Okay, another
so
thing before you come with the smoke BMT, you do know that what women think is a prize is not the same thing what men think is a prize, right?
I'm gonna show you this,
No, no,
and
I,
this
I
is
just I just want before you go on, you do know that the things that women value is not the same things that men value, right?
used to be at one time.
Okay, so the type of woman that doesn't think that what Danae is going through is a prize is just there's a group of women out there that don't think that he's a prize.
That's a
There's a,
minority.
there's there's another. Well, it doesn't matter. The women are out there, and
Okay,
there's
yeah,
another
yeah.
there's another group of women that maybe they think, oh, good, now I can shoot my shot. We understand that there's different groups of women out there, but
Uh-huh.
there is a group of women that may be on the fence and doesn't know. So we're just saying, being the devil's advocate and said, okay, did this just happen? So does this look like it's a prize? That's all, pretty much. It doesn't look like it's a prize to me. It doesn't look like it's a prize to Faith, but there may be a group of women who think that he's a prize.
Okay, and I hear and I listen. I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying, and I'm just putting out there first, and I'm putting this out there first off, and I'm gonna do shout out to Steve Harvey. Shout out to Steve Harvey because those women chose who love his book. Think like a man. Think like a man. Now the women are becoming the new man. Hell, some of them act like a man now. Shit. So I appreciate. See, I appreciate that, because you ain't gonna never see no. You, I mean, now you're seeing this mindset of these talks. This is why I always scratch my head when I see so many women in men's discussion and dialogue and conversation, coaching men on how to be men. And I'm like, well, goddamn, how the hell? Does she pee standing up now? Does she? How does this woman know how to be a man now? Oh, I get it now, because they're the new niggas. Hell, they goddamn they acting like the niggas now. So this is why I do. I married my best friend. You typically, you just did. It's got the women out there busting 12-hour goddamn shifts with the nigga, or the nigga at home. So she assumed that caliber of a mindset to I want to I gotta beat this nigga to be this nigga. Now I gotta beat a nigga to beat this nigga. And so now, and this is why I always worry about when black women say, I'm strong and I'm this and I'm that. And I'm like, okay, you got it, baby. You got it. I appreciate it. I love it.
But
Go
that's
ahead.
for a different. But that's
No,
on
no,
a
hold on.
different show. That's
Hold
not on
hold on.
this show, right?
Hold on. No. That correlates over here too. No, it's not. No, but I'm tying it in, because honestly, that was the sentiment of the message and the lesson plan that was being taught by this couple. So now the school of thought of what they were accepting and what they were demanding. And this is what you got. So, and looking at what it tells now, the women now, from the older to the younger ones, are now in the competition mindset. I agree that you should not have to compete when you're already the wife. You already got your title. I agree with you, Faith. But nowadays, women don't care to be wives. That's not their sentiment. Why would I want to be a wife? I'm good. That. I already know that nigga's my baby daddy. I'm happy being bae, and that's my nigga. They fine with that. And if they cool with that, you know what I'm saying? Side chick, the side piece, girlfriend number two, I'm not going to demand. I'm not making no demands of that. Y'all can keep on saying it's the men's fault. It's the men's fault. The men ain't been steering the goddamn ship for goddamn 40 years. So y'all can't keep on blaming the men. But we ain't steering shit. So
Okay,
we get.
well, Yellow Rose says the book is titled "Act Like a Lady, Think Like a Man," and men hate that book because it exposes your wretchedness and nakedness, and that's too bad. Thank you, Yellow Rose.
So the thing about it is that in looking at how this is going, you got to where we understand that there's a frailty of women. They're looking for that of the best option with the passive leak resistance. They rather if they can either be alone or find an already made bed. And we talked about that. We talked about that before, Faith, that a lot of these women, it wasn't the men that were going hard on Danae. It was actually the women. And the women were already saying, well, why are you mad? You made the program. You helped build that type of man. So why are you mad at the results? Now all of a sudden you can't control, you ain't on the ship no more, but yet y'all got this cat fight. When was it too much? Gear 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7? Shit, you about to do 8. You told younger girls by any means necessary. Now all of a sudden, shit, I'm tapped out. If you would have asked most women about that woman, they're not going to give you the same type of feedback, and you know that most women are going to go in on her. I told you, y'all are a minority. Y'all the minority. The majority keep that
What do you
same
say?
energy.
Okay.
Huh? Y'all, I said y'all the minority. The majority. This is not the first time we've seen things like this happen. We've seen this with Danae. We've seen this with the city girl who dating Diddy. We've seen this with all them other females who get on and compete for ain't shit niggas. And who be laughing and cackling and cheering it on? Women. So yeah, I don't know what else to say from there. Shit, it ain't like y'all saying stop. That's the hey, the choice now.
All
It's a
right.
choice.
Well,
People,
we have a new guest on the panel. I want to welcome Commendable K. Commendable K, are you there?
I am. Great topic. Hey, everybody. How's everybody doing? So, women should be competing because in the race, you're either racing to the top or racing to the bottom. If you don't want to race, if you don't want to compete, you're going to automatically lose. Danae stayed and allowed Derek to cheat, and it became culture because, in her eyes, and a lot of other women, her staying or being with Derek Jackson was better than not being with him. Same thing with Ebony K. Williams. Ebony K. Williams, she said that she didn't want to date a bus driver unless he owned the bus. See, what she's doing is she's stating her position that she is wanting to compete for someone on a particular level. And if she doesn't compete for someone on a particular level, then she may get someone on no level or get someone on a lower level. Life is full of choices. And if you choose not to make a decision, if you choose not to engage in something, you automatically are going to be on the sidelines and you may be missing out on the opportunity. Danae did what she was supposed to do, and she'll be ready for her next marriage, her infidelity business, and anything else she wants. Competing, it comes from the brain muscle, and if you don't work that muscle, it will go away.
Okay. How does competing actually benefit Black women?
Well, it competes for Black women because it allows them to get the best of the best. So
The best of the best.
right. So let's just say you're talking about relationships. If they are approached by a man that they want to be with, then at that point they are now she or they are now competing for this man. He's looking at other women. He's also able to leave her once they're together. So it's a constant competition, whether she wants to accept it or not, whether Black women want to accept it or not. And let's say, for example, if black women don't want to compete for men and they're like, I'm going to just compete for myself, I'm not going to try. But what ends up happening is you only get what you earn. And if there's no competition or no thought process towards competing, then black women are going to get the bottom of the barrel or nothing from the barrel.
Yeah.
Do you think? I'm sorry. Who was that?
I was being. I gotta agree. Like, relationship is about. You want to keep the best. You got to do what you got to do to keep the best. You can't just even when you're married, you still got to perform. I don't cook and I don't clean. Guess what? We saw Cardi B cooking and cleaning for her man. If not that, guess what? His ass be out there. So, and hell, when she talked about leaving, he had to compete to get her back. And then, so I'm just saying, the best of the best understand that, hey, if I want to keep the belt, I have to compete. Ladies were telling each other, hey, don't settle.
Well, hold on a second. But I'm trying to figure out what this best of the best is.
Well, okay, so here's the thing.
Because the black women ain't getting the best of the best. We don't even have a plethora of men in our dating pool that we could say are the best of the best.
In what? In what field?
Any field.
Well, here's the thing about it. See, here's the thing about it. Here's the thing about it. Then that's like saying there's no best of the best for black women. Then I mean, there's no best of the best for black men to choose. Because if you want to make that statement, then there's none around.
No. On the flip side, black women are educated. We sitting up here, we getting ourselves together as far as our looks and everything else. We are the best of the best. But where's our equivalent? And that has been something that we have been complaining about for the longest time. We can't find our equal in black men.
The equals are there. It's just that there's not a lot. And that's why that's why black women have to compete for those few. So let's just, using small numbers, let's say you have 100 black women and then you have 100 black men. But of those 100 black men, only 10 of them are marriage worthy, are able to be provider males, want children, want a wife, want to be faithful, everything that a black woman would want. Well, now those 100 black women, if they want to be with a husband or want to be with a man and they want best of the best,
then you date out.
They're going to be competing for those 10 out of that 100. Now, somebody can date out, but all you do is you enter yourself into a larger pool of competition because other groups also have the best of the best. So it doesn't matter where you go, you're going to have to compete and you're in a race.
Right. Like that's I find so interesting because, and I agree with that number. If you had 100 men, then out of those 100 men, then you'll say, well, okay, then they'll have it down to 50 men are probably might have a job. And out of those 50, 20 of them actually are probably father material. And then out of them 20, 10 of them are probably actually want to be husbands. And from there.
Well, then what's the motivation? Because that's just kind of like trying out for the NBA. Only 10%. Hold on, only 10% of people coming out of high school, of men or males coming out of high school that try to get into the NBA make it.
Okay.
So I mean.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
Imagine if you're the one that's chosen by the few. That's what
you made it. Right.
But if you're not the one that's chosen, then you got to fall back on something else.
Well, you take your L, and that's just it. There's winners and losers.
That's like if that's the equivalent, that's like men have to pick. Damn, what woman out of 1,000 women don't have some kind of trauma or issue or backstory from a supervillain that we don't have to deal with? And so I'm educated, but I got this certain type of abusive backstory I don't even want to tell you about. Oh my God. But you got to take it. But don't worry, I make 5 to 6 figures, but you're a damaged car right now. But regardless, I make this amount of money. But yet you have this issue. Like, we can't overlook that. Mind you, that's something that was even documented in Black women. We have a lot of trauma issues in our. Okay, so you may say we may be the least educated, but y'all are the most traumatized goddamn group. And so I'm trying to figure out how do you overlook that, because money doesn't supersede if y'all talking about it. But Danae had psychological issues. That's what she reported about. So regardless of that, it wasn't like she was 100%. And so, but she chose that situation. And so we're looking at it where you got, well, I'm educated, but I'm also mentally fucked up. Okay, so what is the win? It can't you can't overlook, say, well, this is a nice car, but it has a shitty engine. Like I don't know how everybody always jumped past that point. You know what I'm saying? We just had it with, there's an article where a bunch of women in the church were ripping off their wigs and screaming hallelujah and looking all kind of crazy and shit. Like y'all not gonna keep jumping over these things that are being done. And like, I mean, I just did a story about women going like hoochie girls to their kids' graduation. My kid got AB honor roll, yet you at the graduation look like a hoochie mama. Like, where's these accountable stories? Like but at some point, using that we make money, we look good and this and that, but then y'all don't want to excuse that of all the psychological breakdowns and all these Krishans popping up. You can't get over that now. We can't ignore the elephant in the room. So we'll give you, yeah, we're not the most successful of all of the classes of men, but however, we're going to you also have to take on that accountability that Black women also have the most mental baggage. Can we agree to that? If you want to say that we dusty up and we jacked up, take that onto accord, that mental baggage.
But I did. I said earlier that we have a lot of mental baggage. We have a lot of things that we are dealing with and how we even treat each other as women. So I did, admit to that.
Okay, but so would that not start, doesn't that start after a while negating, like let's say CK has a loan office that he'll give me $10 million, but he has immense interest rates. Most of the time, I ain't gonna go get that loan because it comes with horrible interest rates. I'm not gonna take it. It's not even worth it at that point. I'd rather just go ahead and just be fine with my goddamn Walmart job rather than take the interest rates. And that's the thing about it. I mean, I get it. That's the fall back to that women use on men. Well, guess what? Y'all the least this and that. Okay, cool. Then y'all gonna have to start looking at that mental health thing y'all got going on. And then y'all gonna have to start accounting for why y'all children are so poor and inadequate in education. There's no way y'all gonna tell me y'all the most educated women, but then your children don't show the same exhibit of educational value. That doesn't make sense to me. That does not make no sense to me that the mothers are heavily educated in college, but yet all of a sudden their kids can barely read ABC Cat in the Hat. How does that make sense? Something's not right about that situation. She had mental daddy issues. She chose her new daddy, Derek. And by any means necessary, she told other girls, regardless of how this mister treats you, fuck it. At least you got the money and you got the mansion, you got the cars. Danae taught that lesson plan to a lot of Black women. Now all of a sudden, poor Danae. No.
Because like Feisty Goddess said, who caused the mental baggage though?
Actually, she been had that.
Yeah, but who made it worse?
Oh my God.
Come on now. Come on. And first of all, we have to go back to the first person that caused the mental baggage was her father.
Oh my God. It's always gonna be a Black man at the origin of every villain story.
But that's who we're closest to. And you cannot deny that. Her father caused it first. The Black man that raped her caused it second.
Oh God.
Then it was her own husband. So in all of these scenarios, it was a Black man that caused all of this mental baggage.
I have a question. Where was her mama for all of this? Where was her mama? They always like to say, where was daddy? But where was her mama for all of this?
Well, she said, wait. She said her mother, she said she told her mother, she lied and said that she was at her friend's house. And she went to this party where she got raped. So what does her mother got to do with that? What does her mother got to do with that Black man that decided to rape her?
Okay, so she was a grown woman at a party? Was she a kid?
She was in college.
Okay, so she was an adult. at that point. So she was an adult at that point.
Right. So I mean,
Okay. Okay.
at all these points that this stuff happened to her, except for when she was a little girl and her father was rejecting her. And once again, that had nothing to do with her mother. What about her father and his own actions and his own decision to
And the
reject
mother
his daughter?
and the mother never said anything. See, that's the thing about I don't understand it. So you said to me to tell me that she had a mother and a father, but access to both of them, and the mother never said anything. That's like me showing favoritism to one child and
No.
my
That her mother and father were not together.
oh well, so she already came from a broken home. So I mean, she was already in a negative deficit if that's the case. And I mean, so she was already in a negative deficit. So if that was the case, that she was already there where her father wasn't in the home for whatever reason, and her father wasn't taken to her like that, and what she became a tomboy, all right. But then when she went to college, she was heavily promiscuous. Are we going to also jump over that? That she was heavily promiscuous in college? Is that does that get overlooked?
Well,
No.
who said she was heavily promiscuous?
She literally got pregnant how many times? 3 times, right?
Yeah, but
College.
it could have been by Derek.
No, it wasn't by Derek. It wasn't by
How
Derek.
you know? How
But
you know?
she said she had 3 abortions before she was dealing with Derek, and she
No,
also
she
got three.
didn't. She just
She got
said
three
she had
abortions.
3 abortions, but she didn't say when she had the abortions.
Oh my! What the hell? Is there nothing wrong with that? Is there nothing wrong? Where are we going? Where are we going with this train? Like where's this train going? 3 abortions?
Okay, Reigning Woman said that she was
Thank you.
promiscuous. So okay. So if she admitted it, okay, all right, fine.
Hey, you know what? Shout out to Faith for staying on code. Stay out, defend Danae at all costs. Like defend Danae at all costs. Like regardless of how fucked up she is, boy. The Danae goddamn defense force is strong, man. Like I'm not even mad at y'all. But the thing about
Wait a
it
minute,
is,
Reigning. Where did you get this information from? Her abortions were before Derek?
yep.
Wow.
Thank you, Raining Woman.
Wow.
Thank you.
Raining, hit the link. Hit the link, Raining.
No.
Yes.
No, finally, accountability is being told. If we gotta scrutinize Derek, which is fair, I believe CK and and you can heavily scrutinize Derek. You gotta also hold some goddamn fire to this goddamn woman's feet. Now she had no problem. She chose her baby father. She chose Derek. She chose Derek. That was the chosen one. She chose to take.
Raining, hit the link, girl.
No,
It's pinned to the top.
no,
Yes,
it's too late
I
for
got
you
to
now.
hear this.
It's too
No.
late for you now.
I need
No
to
jumping off
know
that ship.
when, where, and how did she say this? I watched the
Oh,
interview 3-4
now,
times, and I did not
now,
hear her
now,
say any of that.
now, all of a sudden she's a saint. Now all of a sudden birth control. Now sudden abortion is the new birth control. Like stop it.
Okay, but
Come on.
let me read these comments. Okay, so Yellow Rose says to blame everything on men is to infantilize women. It denies women their adulthood. And I agree with that. I don't
Thank you,
blame
Yellow. Thank you.
everything
Thank you.
on men. But in Danae's situation, I'm just
Wow.
going to say, hold
Wow.
on a second. I'm just going to say it. There were a lot of black men that did trample upon her, and they took liberties that did ruin her life.
Danae can do no wrong, boy.
Those are facts. No, but
Yeah, but going down,
Danae admitted her wrongdoing. She did.
you have to also follow Danae's Instagram to get a lot of the quote unquote tea about her. And Danae is not the hill women should die on, because Danae is competition. Women tend to want to brag about their man. How can a woman brag if he has nothing to brag on? And the bragging rights come from her man having things that are better than or equal to what is considered great. So yeah, Danae, she has her issues, but black women need to understand that Danae is still competition, and you compete for the prize or watch others win it. A black man may have caused mental baggage, but you can't control what life gives you, but you can control how you process it, get help, and continue on in the healing process. Danae chose religion. Someone else may choose to leave. There's coping mechanisms for why people stay in bad situations, but in her eyes, it wasn't bad for whatever reason. And so We can what if all day by focusing on negatives, but if you do that, you'll start seeing negative. There is I saw a comment in the comment section. There is a cause and effect to everything, and you can't always control all causes, but you can control how you react to it and get back to getting what you want. Or if you don't compete for what you want, other people will get it from you, and you'll be stuck with nothing.
I think one of the things about it, and help me understand this, CK, that she's now doing infidelity courses and charging $495 a month for.
No, it's $1,000 a month.
Excuse me.
Yes, it's $495 twice a month.
God damn. So wait. So she's so mentally battered that now she has become.
Look at y'all. Excellent point, CK. When CK come up in here, y'all just go straight into the worship. I can't stand y'all.
No, but hold on. Here's the thing about it. He brought up a point. Like, if you brought up that she's a wounded deer, but this wounded deer is now doing life coaching practices on how to deal with a man. But yet her record it's like the person who ain't never won a championship is now trying to tell LeBron how to win a championship, but yet you were part of the goddamn genocide. How does that work? Like, literally, is nobody paying attention to this? Like, how is the person that literally endorsed an ain't shit nigga?
But that's better. I mean, y'all be sitting up here making me feel like a stepchild in my own channel.
Well, I mean, you're not burning this woman at the cross. You trying to rise her like she a martyr. Like, come on now. Y'all said
no, BMT. I'm just joking with the people in the chat.
I know. But but the thing about it is this. I feel Danae had put out a lot of damage, like her husband. Because it was all good when they were getting the checks. It was all good when you taking the pictures and getting the rings and the cars and stuff. I mean, you're a millionaire in Atlanta. That must count for something. Y'all going to y'all with the rubbing elbows with the influencers. Now you're known as the crazy baghead lady. You know what I'm saying? Just like everybody said, get your bag lady. So now she the bag lady. And you told young girls to get the bag. So now y'all want to talk about mental health? She's a coach with mental health issues. What kind of school of thought that y'all about to start teaching? Huh? Y'all gonna be burning dolls of y'all goddamn coochie sweat around candles of Derek, praising.
So wait a minute. So what I'm getting from both of you, Commendable K is saying that Danae competing was a good thing because she got Derek, which I don't see what the prize is in getting Derek.
The mansion, the Lamborghini, she has money. See, the thing is, it's all about perspective because Danae never left Derek. Derek left her. And if Derek wanted Danae to go back, she'd go back in a heartbeat. She's still in the mansion, hasn't hired a divorce lawyer. They're just kind of like sitting on still being married. So Danae is still
for divorce.
What are they actually going through the divorce proceeding? Because everybody files. Celebrities file all the time.
I mean, they go through it.
Right.
That's true.
So Danae is still in the situation that she's in, however she's painting it, and now she's enjoying social media fame. She's enjoying attention and the money from the courses. And when it boils down to it sometimes you could compete for a prize that to someone else may not be a prize. But like I was saying when I first started talking, it's about perspective. So it's like there's a lot of prizes out there. You don't have to compete. But if you choose not to compete, then you get what you earn, which may be nothing.
I don't know. I don't see where the benefit is in competing, and especially if the man is married. Like I said, currently on the situation that I used earlier, the example I used earlier with my job. This man, he has a fleet, a very large fleet over there at On Track. So he's making damn good money with that fleet. And his wife is right there, visible and present to all women. However, he tried to, kick it over to me, but I'm looking at his wife and I could not do that to another woman. And not only that, but his children also are there. So now, why would I overlook this man's wife, this man's children, to quote unquote compete?
Because you'd want to replace her if that was your mindset.
Yep.
Because the wife, she's not. Well, no, just hear me out. Because marriage is a business. See,
Yes,
we're trying to combine marriage with the legal sense, going through the government, with love, respect, being monogamous and whatnot. She understands that her husband may be running around on her, but she's choosing to stay because leaving him is not as good as being with him. And that's just, it boils down to, even though you turned down what he offered you for being like a side chick or replacing her, somebody else would be like, yeah, I'll be a side chick and I'm going to get some money from him.
I don't want to be his wife.
Right. So
I don't want to be the woman that's sitting up here constantly having to compete with all these women that I see him in their face. I don't want to be that one.
But you have to understand, you work there.
I do not want to be that woman
for that position. You don't have to compete for that prize, but you do work there. So there is value in him and that company, and that's why they have the term high value. So you're in that orbit, because if you, and it just, let me know if I'm being offensive, but if the situation was truly offensive, you would leave the company and go somewhere else where
no. I work I don't work for him.
Okay.
I don't work for him. I work for the overall company. His fleet is just but one fleet within that company.
Okay, like in other words, that's where they all get their distributing products. I get what you're saying. That's their distribution area. I get what you're saying.
Right. So I want no parts of that. That man is not a prize. I would be sitting up there. All money is not good money. And I've been with men that had money before and they were held. They were held to be with it. Yeah, money is money, but money cannot buy happiness. It don't buy you no dignity, and it damn sure don't buy your respect.
It depends on where you shop.
Right.
And it depends on the go ahead, BT. I'm sorry.
The thing about it, and CK brought up a point, because I didn't hear nobody throw that much shade at Melania Trump, and we all know her man is a womanizer. We also got Kim Kardashian. All to do as much stuff as Kim Kardashian do, men still be competing to get in her bedchamber. You got it with dating. You got it with a lot of people. Like, it's kind of hard.
It depends on what you value.
Well, see, there we go. So now we're at that. If you're trying to get, like, you have it in other cultures that men compete for that of the place of a woman, or you have where certain women, we have bedtime stories of women competing for their Prince Charming. Like, it's that's what I'm saying. Like, you ain't gonna never hear Sugar Baby complain, oh, though he got a wife, but he gives me $1,000. Well, she don't care. She's like, well, I'm getting off. I'm banking off of this guy. Why would I care? Mind you, that's literally a thing. Get the bag. Well, now you got it where the girls are like, hey, I ain't had to drop my drawers, but I'm getting paid. I can't get mad that that's the market sentiment that they're choosing. You're not going to tell them, well, what about your happiness? Well, fuck that.
All I know is black women competing with each other has torn up yet another marriage. I don't see no winners I really don't. I don't see no winners in this at all.
Then why did she let the man think?
The marriage was no good to begin with. So you're not really tearing up something. The people in the marriage are the ones that make choices.
Yeah, but what about the children? Like Hash Dragon said, their main focus should be the well-being of their children. No diss to Danae or Derek, but the children are innocent.
The parents are not going to stop being parents.
Parents
are not going to stop being parents.
Yeah, but the children want their parents together. They want mommy and daddy together.
They want mommy and daddy to be happy. And if mommy and daddy are happy alone or separate, then that's what's in the best interest of the children. That's one of the determinations when it comes to things like
wow. So basically, all in the name of competition, we're gonna say F the family, F the children, F the marriage. Is all the competition is what's important.
Now, hold
That's
But
on.
what I'm
no,
hearing.
the
Now, hold
people
on,
in
Faith.
the marriage are, no one's saying F the children, but just like the man was approaching you
But
that
but
was
you
had the
but you
on-track fleet. Oh, go
but you
ahead. I'm
kind of
sorry.
are though. You kind of are because those children are not dumb. Kids are not dumb by a long shot, and they have feelings.
Oh,
They
now,
do, but the thing is like, okay,
And so if all of a sudden they're used to just seeing mommy and daddy together, you don't think it's going to be a shock to their system when they see daddy with another person and mommy with another person?
Daddy,
well, that's
get
the
my
two
cell
people
phone.
in the marriage. That's
Like,
kind of the two people in the
But no,
marriage.
the question is, do you think that that is not a shock to their system when they
hold
see
on.
that?
Wait. Pause. Let me ask this question. So, before all of this, was Derek not already promiscuous and being like this before he got with her? Was
No,
he
but
not?
we're talking about the children now.
Hold on, wait. No, follow me with this. If he was already like this pre-baby, they had one baby. He didn't just started cheating after their babies. He was already a chronic cheater. She did not say, "Well, what about my baby?" She said, "Nope, keep on going. Baby number two, keep on going." Cheating and
Exactly. Hash Dragon said traditionally, wives stay for their claim to the children and the estate. Mistresses just got the fun time. Exactly. So basically, Danae's getting the business side, while the mistresses are getting the fun side.
now the thing about it is this. Let me tell you something that Danae is not worried about. She wants to still say if Derek, she's willing to let Derek cheat in peace, so long as Derek come back. Because this is not the first time Derek has left her. But again,
Right, but see, even if she was letting him cheat in peace, now is public. Now the whole family's humiliated. The children are going to have to grow up hearing about this. It's a whole hot mess.
wait, Faith. Who's the one that first did the tell-all book? Was it Derek or Danae?
Derek.
What interview Derek did that said, "Let me talk about the girls I got pregnant in college"?
It doesn't matter. Derek was the one that's hold on. Derek was the one that set it off when he got caught cheating. If it wasn't for Derek cheating, if it wasn't for these so-called women competing, trying to take her spot, then they would be perfectly fine, intact family.
Faith, therapy don't. There are no therapists in goddamn in Atlanta. She can't go call up Ayala or somebody to say, "Hey, can I sign a hippo clause and talk to you about this stuff?" I gotta go put on my red heel pumps, do my makeup, go on live in front of thousands of people, and talk about this nigga that I'm supposed to be getting over. And then after I finish telling y'all everything about this nigga, which I know is going to trigger him to respond, then I'm going to go start me $1,000 class. So that way I'm still worried about my babies, but instead of go and be a mom.
Exactly. She still got to feed her babies. Her and
Oh my
Derek are
God.
being divorced. They're getting divorced. So it's perfectly fine for Derek to make money, but it's not okay for Danae to make money.
Wait a second. 1 minute you said the children. 1 minute. Okay, so now all of a sudden, so let me get this straight. Now, mommy has to go do infidelity classes and go into the same line of business that busted up her family. She has to go into that same line of work
Well,
too.
why not? That's what she's been doing for the past 15 years. She's been running a business behind the scene. That's all she knows.
So wait, hold on. Earlier, you said she went to college. She has a degree. She's educated.
Right. Look. Hold on. I've been to college too, but I've been truck driving. I've been driving trucks for 10 plus years.
Hey,
So now, hold on. So now, the thing that I've done recently is the thing that I know. So I'm going to do what I know. Danae has been recently running her husband's business in that arena. So that's what she knows. So she's going to do what she knows.
Okay, so she's going to stay in the arena that is mentally dragging her family. She's going to stay there. Say, damn the imagery of my children and me. Well, I'm going to stay here and do this. That is already so, but somehow I gotta protect my babies, but I gotta keep on getting back on that. That's something that a stripper would say. I care so much for my babies, but I gotta get back on that stripper pole and get this money for goddamn dollar bill. I mean, at some point, even in Players Club, Diamond understood I gotta get the hell off this goddamn pole. So when did Danae get off the goddamn pole? I need to know that. When did Danae get off this goddamn pole? Because it ain't about the damn children anymore. Y'all ain't gonna use the kids. No, y'all not about to use the kids as a shield. Stop it. Because it ain't about no damn kids. Y'all, she ain't getting off that damn pole yet. Danae want to twerk and goddamn shake it on that pole for Jesus and all of y'all. She ain't getting off that damn pole. Y'all ain't gonna save y'all Christ. No. She likes the she is the black Kardashian. She is the black missing daughter for the Kardashian. She likes to fuck shit. Her and Krishan need to go get married and be together. They enjoy getting dragged. And I have no problem with it. Girls, y'all go have y'all fun. If y'all choose hell and high water, why y'all trying to save them? Did y'all not hear the song? Don't save them. They don't want to be saved. Don't save them. That's the name right now. That's the name right now. It's a good song.
All right, BMC. All right. I see AP from the Bronx has made it back onto the stream. What's up, sis? Oh, wait a minute. Is her mic?
Well, I'll go while we wait for her to get her mic together.
Okay.
If it's okay. So
Sure.
the children are not going to be ruined by a failed marriage, especially if there is money that can provide a great childhood and a leg up to compete with other children in their age group. Men and women tend to stay in a marriage and household for the children, and it is not guaranteed that a child will turn out greater than others just because they grew up in a two-parent household. Domestic violence, for example, takes at least two people, usually adults, to happen. The children didn't ask to be here, and now they are here. They deserve the best of the best, even if that includes mommy and daddy being in two separate households, which means 2 birthdays, 2 Christmases, and 2 of everything, where most children only get 1. There's a cause and effect to everything, and you can't always control all causes, but you can control how you react to it and get back to getting what you want or letting others get it. We need window shoppers too, if that's something that people want to do versus competing.
I don't know if I agree with that. What do you say, AP? Did you get your mic together?
Yeah, no, they were sending calls my way. No, I don't agree with that. That's why I don't agree with that. I don't.
Okay.
Yeah. To me, okay. Let me get out of this area right here. Yeah. This never-ending competitiveness. Yeah, I don't subscribe to that.
Sounds like you're competing to be able to have a good area to talk on the panel.
Yes.
So you're competing.
Yes, I am. Yeah, this never-ending, perpetual competitiveness. Yeah, I don't agree with that.
I hope you win, so you could give your thought.
What do you mean?
I can hear her just fine.
Can you hear me? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I can hear you. You're
You
clear.
won the competition then.
Yeah, the never-ending competitiveness to keep being on an endless treadmill, to keep competing for your marriage is just exhausting. Just the thought of it is exhausting. I could not see myself doing that. Just thinking about it is exhausting.
I agree.
It's exhausting.
Like I don't relish in the thought of having to compete for a man over and over and over again, and then thinking that I won because I got married, and then guess what? Even if you're married, you got to still can't get off the hamster wheel. Yeah, that hamster wheel still's got to go.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like I do know that there's a lot of people that feel that way, but it's kind of like say if you go to just make up, I'm just going to make up an example. Say you go to dinner with your significant other, and there's a waiter that's waiting on you, and that waiter is gorgeous. He has a great body, beautiful smile, charismatic. Okay, even though he's a looker, you went to dinner with your mate, and the bond has already been established. The relationship has already been established, and that person is just a person off to the side. My date should not have to compete with me for his affection and his attention during the date. There's always going to be someone that's better looking than you, that's skinnier than you, that has more money than you, that drives a nicer car than you. It would be exhausting to me to feel like I would have to keep competing every minute and every second of the day to keep my man to pay attention to me. If I've made a commitment and I've made a promise to someone, we've already dated, we've already went shopping, and we've already picked the people that we click with. And to be on an endless treadmill that never ends is exhausting to me. So I can't say that I agree with that I do that other people feel that way. But it's just the thought of having to do that.
Wait a minute, you crunching up, AP.
I'm sorry, it's a little bit windy. Yeah,
He's
just the
losing the
thought.
competition. Is it okay if I just want to give my final thought and then I'm gonna step down and let you all have it if it's okay?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
So is it okay if AP goes on mute? Is that?
Oh, okay. Let me go.
Yeah, sorry about that. So no one. My final thought is no one has to compete. Nobody has to, but everything is a competition in life, even if there is only one participant at times, such as your significant other does not want others. But most Black women are dealing with men on earth with a wandering eye, or they bring him around women who want to try him. If a Black woman does not want to compete or feel like trying to win or staying competitive, then don't accept how life is and check out, and whatever happens, happens. People do not have to compete, but I think people need to understand that there is a competition there, whether you want to see it or not. And that's all I have. Thank you for having me, Faith. Thank you, APP from the Bronx, and thank you, BMT. All right,
Yes.
bye.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I appreciate his point of view. I mean, this is a free country, but I would say, me personally, the thought of being on an endless treadmill that never ends is exhausting to me, and I wouldn't even entertain the thought of doing that.
Yeah, I wouldn't either, AP. I mean, I would not encourage women to do what is not in your best interest. Now, the men are saying that that is in your best interest to compete, but who benefits from that actually? Who stands to gain more from your competition, quote unquote? Is
Yeah,
it you or is it them?
exactly.
And see, I need women to start thinking about this collectively.
Right.
Because when you got so many women doing this quote unquote competition, not only does it how can I say, undermine what it is that you're trying to achieve, and that is a happy marriage and a happy relationship, because you got women outside the marriage and outside of the relationship constantly competing to move you out of your spot. Competition therefore only benefits the man,
And
because
that's,
soon
yeah. Yeah,
mhm.
that's another thing too, Faith. You know how many times I go to dinner with on a date, and right behind my date's head there's a man trying to get my attention and winking at me, or I go to the bathroom and there's a guy outside the bathroom trying to talk to me, but I'm there with my date. So I'm respectful of my date, and I'm respectful of whatever arrangement we have. And the only way I would be entertaining other gentlemen callers is if I was in the looking stage. If we're in the
Right.
relationship stage, I would not be entertaining other gentlemen callers. But maybe I'm old fashioned or boring. I don't care. I'll take that. That's who I am. But I would think that it would be I've been in situations where men were insecure and they're following you around because they're so scared that somebody's going to steal you or something. It was exhausting for the men, and it would be exhausting for me too. You know, I get hit on all the time. If I were to tell men, yeah, I was in a jacuzzi, if I told somebody I was dating and this guy was hitting on me, you know what? He'd be coming with me to the gym. I'd never have any peace.
Exactly.
You know? So it would be exhausting for him. So
And that has happened to me too. I don't know if it's just a black culture thing. I don't know if the guys that were flirting with you were black, but the same thing happened to me. I was out with my guy. This guy was sitting out there like Yellow Rose said, and that's what made me think about my situation. This guy was with his girlfriend, and they had like their kids and stuff with them. And I'm with my guy, and we're at the restaurant, and this guy is at the table, like cat corner to us, and his wife back is to me, and he's sitting on the other side, and I could see him and he could see me, and my guy's back is like, to him, and he's over there, making googly eyes and trying to flirt with me.
Yeah.
And I'm sitting up here like, wait a minute, you got your whole family
Exactly
right here. This is so inappropriate. It's disrespectful.
It's disrespectful. It's disrespectful. And that's the thing, is that there have been so many times, and it's just a given. I don't even tell the men that I'm dating how many times I get hit on, because it would be so stressful for the relationship that he would follow me everywhere. If we went to a restaurant, he would follow me to the bathroom. If I went to the gym, he would follow me to the jacuzzi. He'd follow me to the pool. If he knew how many men, it's not up to the public. If I know that I'm with someone and I made a commitment to that person and we have an arrangement, I don't care how many people hit on me, because I know who I am and I know the promise I made.
But you want to know the funny thing, AP? What you're saying is so true, because see, people only put the onus of being faithful on the woman.
Right.
If you cheat, then it's cheating. But if they cheat, it's not cheating.
Right.
That's what they say, and that's bull. That's bull crap. Because, like you said, the onus is on you to make sure that you respected that relationship. The onus is on Derek to make sure that he respected his relationship with Danae and his marriage. The same way that your man would not want all those guys flirting with you, that he would go crazy if he knew all those guys was flirting on you, and you were actually protecting his feelings. The same way I have protected my man's feelings.
Yes.
I never said nothing about none of these guys that was trying to come at me when me and him were together. Never, not one time.
Yes, because you want to have a good time. You want to go to the restaurant and you just want to enjoy yourself. You don't want to tell him, yeah, guess what? When I went to the bathroom, this guy was looking at my butt. You don't want to, you just want to, you have a commitment to that other person, and it's you and your guy and everybody else. And so if I was to see it as you know what, it would be exhausting for me too. If every guy that has a better looking body than my man, or more money, or a nicer car, if I kept feeling like it was this endless competition, do you know how exhausting I would be? I would be exhausted. I would be tired as hell. When I find a person that I like and I want to be with, I'm glad about it, because I feel like, well, I can relax now.
This whole thing about compete, to me, it just sounds like let's play games.
Yeah.
Let's play games with each other. That's what that is. And to me, it's so juvenile.
It's immature. And like I said, I would say 80, maybe 80. I don't tell them how many men are hitting on me. I don't, oh, they hit on me when I went to the bathroom. That's why? Why am I going to tell them that?
They wouldn't be able to take it if they knew.
No, they don't know how many times women get hit on. So if these women had the same mentality they have, where there's a constant competition, these men would be so insecure they wouldn't be able to function. If
And
they
and and
knew
let
how
me and
many
let me
times
tell
we
you,
get propositioned. We get
let me tell you,
propositioned a
let me tell
lot.
you, girl, they would lose their shit. Just like one
Yeah.
time, me and my husband, we were walking, and this guy was so bold as to pull up in his car and try to holler at me while I was still holding my husband's hand.
Yep.
And he didn't know it was like that. He lost his
Mhm.
shit.
Yep. If these men knew how many times we get proposition on an everyday basis, if we thought like them, like it's constant competition, um, they would be miserable. They have no idea how much women are holding the line and saying no, thank you. I'm with someone. We're holding the line.
But the thing about it is, like, when you deal with their infidelities and their lies, they just expect you to deal with it because you're a woman. Now, fast forward back to my marriage. When my husband cheated on me with my best friend, no less, that shit hurt. So I separated from him. I left. I was like, you know what? Forget this. I don't deserve this. I'm out. So
Hmm.
then I leave the relationship. I said, you know what? I want a divorce. I'm done with this. This is it. Guess who's hiding behind the bushes like OJ Simpson?
Exactly. Exactly. Exactly.
I'm just sitting up here like, wait a minute, hold on a second. You cheated on me all this time, didn't care about my feelings, ran the relationship through the mud, but now when I'm moving on, you hiding behind bushes.
Yep. Yep. We're not alike. I appreciate other voices. I appreciate BMT. I appreciate Commendable K, but we're not. Women and men don't think alike. We're not alike. We you
Not at
know
all.
we get hit on all of the time. If
All the
we had
time.
if we had that competitive, it's a competition until the end. You have to be on the treadmill until the end of time. Do you know how many men we'd run through? Because these men are not taking care of themselves. These
Oh
men don't
girl,
have a lot of money.
if
These
we
men are
were
not
to
good
if we
looking.
were to entertain every man that came on to us, oh, we would be the biggest ran through. That'll be the title, ran through for the streets,
Exactly.
all of that.
Exactly. So I don't even, yeah, we're not alike. I'm just to be politically correct, we're not alike. We don't operate like that.
Hold on. Yellow Rose says, I was in the nail salon and a black man walks in with his two daughters. So cute. He keeps looking at me, but I'm taken and not interested. Time passes and his woman walks in talking loud, asking if he's ready to go. Wow.
Yep.
Just wow.
Yep.
I think that men wish that they had the opportunities that women have. I really do.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna have to go because I got some training going on.
All right, girl. Well,
Okay.
thank you. Thank you so much for coming up, AP. I mean, it's always a pleasure to have you up here.
Well, I love being on the show.
All right. Well, I will plan to keep on doing more shows so that you can pop in and give us your pithy words of wisdom. Love you, sis, and you take care.
Okay, you take care too. Okay. Bye.
All right, guys. 4 hours. I ain't had a stream this long and so long. God damn. But this was a great topic. This was a fiery topic. Thank you for everyone that graced the stream. AP from the Bronx, BMT with the pushback, Commendable K came through. Um, One thing that I want to leave you guys with, I want you ladies to understand, and I do appreciate BMT's pushback and Commendable K's pushback, and they were the voice of the men in this scenario. However, my stance still remains that women, especially black women, us in particular being in competition with one another has not throughout history ever been a benefit to us. Now, I'm not going to sit here and say that you should let yourself go, because that's not a benefit to you either. I need Black women to start doing things that are beneficial to you. It is beneficial for you to look out for your health, keep your body together, not let yourself go, because I'm going to just tell you, sloppy people don't tend to be successful in life. So it's beneficial for you to keep up your appearances, keep up your health, keep all those things up, because that's a benefit. Nobody's saying slack off, but don't do that just so you can go out here and compete and take another woman's man. Find yourself a man that is available and who wants to be with you and only you. Don't gravitate to men who are not available. Another thing, if you're going to go and get your education and you're going to put in all this work into yourself to be self-sufficient, why waste that running after a man who you think is going to sit you down and have you resting in your femininity, so to speak? You're not going to be resting in your femininity. You're going to be on the hamster wheel. You just heard these men. And you're not going to be resting. You're going to be working every minute. Jason Black just had a stream where he said that if your wife isn't working just as hard as your maid, get rid of her. So I don't know why any of you think that you're just going to be resting in your femininity with these men, especially with these Black men. No, they're moving the goalpost again. You got to work just as hard as the maid. You got to show your appreciation through gifts. You got to have some money, bitch. You got to work. This is what they're saying. Go back to my previous stream. Look at Jason Black's list. They're moving the goalposts again, ladies. So what benefit is it of to you now to even have a man of high value anymore? If you got to work just as hard as the maid, some of them say. You got to show your appreciation by buying these Negro gifts and having money. What's the benefit anymore? There is none. I've been trying to tell y'all this. And so now y'all are just competing for a title, and that's what they want you to be in that mindset now. Oh yeah. Oh, he's not telling them to endure. No, Yellow Rose, no. So the goalpost just keeps them moving. Danica Marie just did her live stream about, ooh, now these men want you all to pay. Danica Marie just did her live stream about it. If you don't believe me, hey, it's a lot of people talking about the goalpost just keeps on moving. Yes, Yellow Rose, he is. He's a grifter. So now if this goalpost just keeps on moving, where's the benefit anymore? If you're working just as hard as the maid and you're on the hamster wheel, steadily competing with other women trying to knock you off your spot from working just as hard as the maid, what's the benefit? Where's the trophy? You could provide the same thing for your damn self and not have to work as hard. So, you guys have got to stop being mesmerized by them dangling that carrot in front of you. They just want to see how high they can make you jump because it feeds their egos. And they're the only one who benefit, not you. Damn sure not you. But at any rate, guys, I got to get off of here. I'm going to close it out. If you're listening to the live stream, please hit that like button and share this stream out, because that keeps me on top and it gets more eyes on this broadcast. You have been listening to Faith, and I want to say that I love each and every one of you. And if you want to donate to the channel and you're listening to the replay, please hit that super thanks. And I will definitely acknowledge you in the next stream. With that, I've got to say, I love each and every one of you, and I'm out. Holla.